Ladies and gentlemen, today we are live for coverage of the Ambetter 301 at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway for today's NASCAR Cup Series live commentary live stream. Once again, thanks for everybody tuning in for our pre-race coverage as we are going to take you through all the predictions and more for today's race, fantasy advice, betting advice, and others until the drop of the green flag starts. On a little bit of a rain delay, the race will not start at about 3:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time today with the rain currently at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. The rain has actually stopped and the jet dryers are on the racetrack as of right now, but the covers are still on the cars. I'll keep you moderated on that as well throughout the course of today's race, as that will be airing on the USA Network, but of course, again, live commentary for today's race as of right now. I haven't checked the weather update to see exactly how much more rain New Hampshire is supposed to get, or if after it has stopped now that maybe it's not even supposed to rain again the rest of the day. So let me check Loudon, New Hampshire's weather as of right now. According to the Weather Channel, it is 85 degrees and it looks like the chance of rain is down quite substantially. 16% chance of rain as of right now, and it doesn't look like it's supposed to get above a 20% chance of rain at least for the next few hours. So I think we are going to get today's race in just a little bit later than we originally started when this coverage, of course, was announced to begin, as well when the race was supposed to start originally. But I do think we will get today's race in just a little bit longer of a stream than usual. It won't be anywhere near to Nashville's live commentary where we went over 7 hours. That was ridiculous, and hopefully that never happens again. But there are no lights at this racetrack anyway, so I guess that wouldn't be possible. And hopefully we don't run into a similar circumstance that we did last year with darkness potentially dooming the end of today's race. NASCAR Dakota Rooser, Jasmine Willie, I don't know why I forget your game every time. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm usually pretty good with names. Billy Kramer, Size, welcome to the stream. Stress, NASCAR Fan 88, Billy Carjoy, and others, welcome in. I'm sure we will see a lot more people. What's up, Keegan Choker? I did not choke that one away. He's referring to NASCAR 06. We had a total team control race today, and I finished 25th. I was on a different fuel strategy, so I led 71 laps, but I couldn't win. Show any of the cars I have behind you. I actually have already done that on a previous stream. If I get more, which I do plan on getting more over the next few races I go to. I'll go to Michigan in a few weeks. Still waiting on a Ryan Blaney race win diecast for Michigan last year. I was supposed to get it by sometime in July when I first bought it, so hopefully it's still on schedule to get here within the next few weeks. Make this a 24-hour stream. I am not prepared for that. I was up for 22 hours yesterday. I cannot do that today. Maybe someday. I'm not going to rule it out. That'd be kind of cool to do that at some point in time. I wouldn't be able to do that, though, with the full-time job I have right now. That would put me off my sleep schedule. Anyway, it's time to get into today's predictions. Enough talking about that. And today's predictions, of course, on the channel, presented by nobody. I don't have a sponsor right now. Needless to say, we usually start off with the drivers who you should not have in your fantasy lineups today. Here are 2 drivers and reasons why I don't think they are going to get top 10s at the very least at the end of today's race. So I would be a little leery on putting them in your team. We're going to start off with Denny Hamlin. The Toyotas looked very fast in practice and qualifying yesterday, but the one that was not up there with the rest of them was Denny Hamlin. We know Denny Hamlin to be on his worst season of his career statistically in the Cup Series this year, despite the fact he has 2 wins. We also look at him as one of the favorites usually every year we go to New Hampshire, but this weekend he did not unload very fast at all. I'm sure he's going to save and share some other information with some of his other Joe Gibbs Racing teammates, as well as the 2 drivers at 23-11 that qualified in row number 2, Kurt Busch, Bubba Wallace today. But needless to say, he's going to be starting a lot further back than them. He was 21st fastest in practice, qualified 14th. And in fact, when you look at his 3 races on the flatter racetracks this year, which I think probably compare to New Hampshire the most that we have raced at so far, of Phoenix, Martinsville, and Gateway. You're going to be hearing a lot of driver finishes of the ones that I'm going to talk about today based off of where they finished with this next-gen car this season at those tracks. 34th place finish at Gateway just about a month ago for Denny Hamlin. I know he got taken out by Ross Chastain in that race, but needless to say, still finished 34th. He finished 28th at Martinsville and 13th at Phoenix as well this season. That 28th at Martinsville was no fluke. He was running poorly outside the top 25 all day. In Phoenix, he was running outside the top 10 all day and finished 13th as well. So those are the three tracks that mostly compared to New Hampshire. Considering that the Toyotas have been a little off on the flat tracks, except for Gateway, is a little concerning. And again, Denny Hamlin just did not unload with as quick of speed in that 11 car as his teammates did. So I'd be a little leery on putting Denny Hamlin in your lineup. I am predicting him to finish outside the top 10 at one of his best tracks today. I will definitely be paying attention to the chat as well. See what you guys think about my predictions. Why when you start the stream does it rain? It was raining before. It actually stopped raining just before I started the stream. I think. Unless it's raining again at the racetrack, it could. It's only a 15% chance of rain the rest of the day at New Hampshire, so hopefully it's going to end sometime soon. I think we'll get the race in eventually. Chad Palmer, Jeffrey Giordano, Hendrick fans. R6R6, welcome to the stream also. Jeffrey's rooting for Bubba Wallace today. They are blow-drying the pace car off, and they are also blow-drying all the water that has been sitting on top of the race cars on pit road over the top of the covers they already had in the cars. Jet Dryer's still on the racetrack, though, right now, and with this being a 1 mile track, it might not take as long to dry off. Any driver interviews we get during this rain delay, you guys will get to listen to as well. Going back to the prediction, though, Denny Hamlin is a driver who, again, I don't think you should put in your fantasy lineups today before the fantasy closes, likely in about the next 10 to 15 minutes. If you have him in the lineup, I highly recommend taking him out. I know he's good at New Hampshire, but those facts of how he has ran this season on the flatter tracks, as well as just in general this year, I think should be leery, as well as the unload speed. Kyle Larson is another driver who I think should be on the don't haves list this weekend. I was surprised that Hendrick Motorsports had the speed they did in practice and qualifying yesterday leading into today's race, because New Hampshire is one of the worst racetracks collectively over the last few seasons. Really since the late Gen 6 era race car. Kyle Larson, not usually a great driver on the flat tracks as well. His New Hampshire stats as of late would consist of him finishing 7th last year with Hendrick Motorsports, which isn't bad by any means. That's a good finish. But 33rd and 12th in the two races before that. So a little shaky at New Hampshire. He's only led 16 career laps at New Hampshire, so he definitely hasn't bed towards the front of the field. That is in 11 starts, including 14 in his first career start here. So that means he's only led 2 laps in the last 10 starts at this racetrack. So far this season, Kyle Larson has not finished well on the flat racetracks as well. Hendrick Motorsports as a whole has been lacking outside of Martinsville, but Kyle Larson struggled at Martinsville, where some of his other Hendrick teammates were a lot better than him. 19th at Martinsville, 34th at Phoenix, and 12th at Gateway for Larson on the flat tracks this season. So I would look away from Kyle Larson as potentially having a good finish. I know he qualified really well today, and he was fast at practice. One thing I did notice with his practice times yesterday is that Kyle Larson kind of fell off on the longer runs. He wasn't as quick on his 10 and 15 lap average compared to guys that he did out-qualify yesterday. That might be a little bit better on the longer runs. So that is one thing to keep an eye out with Larson. I do think track position will matter today, because I think it's going to be very difficult to pass like Gateway was, like Martinsville was earlier this year. And if that is going to be the case, maybe that'll help him a little bit, but I would lean towards a not so good of a run for Kyle Larson today, or at least at the end of the race, going to finish outside the top 10. I actually saw him finish 5th at the Kings Royal in Eldora last night. It's crazy that he qualified, practiced his car yesterday at New Hampshire. He got to Gateway, I guess, like right before the heat races started at 6:30 yesterday afternoon, and then at the end of the night he flew home despite finishing in the top 5. He had a great run, but needless to say, I don't think he's going to have as great of a run later on today. So those are the two drivers who I think you should absolutely stay away from in your fantasy lineups. Two drivers who I think who at the very least will finish outside the top 10 at the end of today's race. Two drivers who I think are going to be some contenders for the win today, and I think are a little bit of sleeper picks. Drivers who, at least as of this season, you wouldn't really think that they would run particularly well at this racetrack. And actually, Parker Kligerman's standing with Chase Elliott, so I'll let you guys listen to that before I get into the sleeper picks for today's race.
So I got to ask, after the big win in Atlanta, how has this week been, and the mustache does stay?
Yeah, the stash is still here, so figured after last week I need to at least stay alive for one more week, so we'll see where it goes from here. But yeah, special week really for our whole team. Nice to get another win. those are always huge, especially this year with the way the playoff grid thing is right now. It's going to be
playoff
tight,
grid thing.
And any bonus point you can get going into the playoffs is going to be worth a lot. So, had a better day yesterday than I kind of thought we were going to have, and even a better lap in that second round than it felt to me. So, that was encouraging for our Napa team, and hopefully we can keep our track position. This is a place where you just really can't afford to have a mistake. The race is so short. So hopefully try to stay up front and see where it goes.
You mentioned yesterday was a better day than you expected. Dale Jarrett said yesterday you're the hottest driver on the circuit right now. You guys are really on a heater. Does that sort of parlay into coming to a place that you haven't been that successful and having that momentum, and you do have the speed now?
I hope so. I mean, our race pace wasn't great yesterday, but we tried to make decisions overnight that are going to help that. So at this point, we tried to make our educated guess. We'll see if it's the right one or not. But look, you want to try to ride the wave. I mean, when you have things going your way, you want to try to make it last as long as possible. Granted, we all know that it's likely going to go the other direction at some point. We just want to try to ride it as long as you can. So, and look, whenever we do have tough days, try to make the most out of those two and stay in the fight. So we're just, proud of my team right now. I feel like we're in a good place, and we're still learning, and I think we still have a long ways to go. I think we can be better, and I think we're going to have to be better in these last 10 to compete.
Cam, what I take away from this is the wave of momentum. Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, and Chase Elliott was a big storyline coming out of Atlanta. Another storyline we're following is the on-track incident.
Here's Ross Chastain with Kim Kuhn.
Specifically with Denny Hamlin. And Denny didn't mince words. He said he's not going to make it easy on you. So are you afraid of retaliation?
Kim, if Denny thinks he needs to do whatever he needs to do, that's fine. I've gotten into him way too many times. So, we're going to go race. And that's what's great about this sport is that every week I get to take my World Body Express Chevy out on the track and compete against some of my heroes and a lot of my competitors. And we'll get to do that again today whenever it dries up.
Denny joins a list of Martin Truex Jr., Chase Elliott, who've had frustrations with you this season. Are you aware of them now when you're racing on track, or do you race differently around them?
Well, I always know who I'm racing around, and every racer does. And like we talked about after the race last week, I've made too many mistakes, and there's no way around it, right? But I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to just stay behind these guys, and they're not going to stay behind me. So, not that I always want to be the topic of conversation for y'all, but I understand it, and I'm learning to cope with or just embrace for myself personally, right? Like my spot here, and right now it's a lot of attention, but hopefully it's a lot of attention moving forward for just winning more races.
And I know you want that attention to focus on today, so let's talk about today. We had a little rain shower. What's it going to do to the racetrack?
That is a very good question that I do not think is ready to be answered yet. I don't know. I'll just try to react and adapt throughout the beginning. I'm sure it's not going to handle good. Neither Daniel nor myself got the qualifying effort we wanted, and it's wild to come all the way to New Hampshire and do all this prep work, and then we're right next to each other. It's like, wow, and neither one of us felt like we tied together a great lap. So I think obviously we've showed that long run speed, we've got the pace all year, and I don't expect today to be any different. It's not going to be easy to get by guys, and be a long 300 laps, but as long as the sun comes out, it's trying. I feel like I'm back in Florida. I feel like I'm back home. It's like a Florida summertime day here.
Restart's always a big deal here. Shifting, how does that play into the restarts? And will you see cars side by side longer after the green flag?
Again, that's so hard to answer. I just don't have the answers, right? And I never had the answers going into races. I just adapt and race, and we've seen guys be aggressive and go bottom of 3 into turn 1 and make headway. I saw my buddy Landon yesterday. He was super aggressive and performed so good on those last restarts, and just didn't quite have enough to go get the win. But I was jumping up and down here in the hauler watching the final restart of the Xfinity race. So we prepare together. So there's a lot of the same mentality that we have for Landon and I, and watched and learned a lot from him yesterday. So not that I think there's one right or wrong way to restart. The new Cup cars have a lot more forward drive, so we shouldn't see as much stack up and wheel spin through the field, I wouldn't think. It's sequential shifters, everything's just a lot calmed down from what the Xfinity cars are and the old Cup cars were. So that being said, we'll probably come to the green, and I'll have to hit the brakes way before the start-finish line because somebody will mess up or I'll mess up. I'm just trying not to let it be me.
All right, guys, so we don't know a lot about what's going to happen today, but you have your question answered from earlier. Is Ross Chastain changing? The answer, no.
Yeah, terrific job there.
He kind of rolled his eyes after that. That was kind of, I kind of hate for Ross that they ask him the same questions every single week about that. That's not really, his fault. He kind of gives the same answer if he's getting asked the same questions. But regardless of the fact, that was Ross Chastain and Chase Elliott's interviews. Everybody hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Only 14 likes on the stream right now. Almost 100 people watching. Still in the pre-race as we have a rain delay going on right now. The track is currently in the drying process. It is not currently raining anymore at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Jet dryers are out on the racetrack, and we'll try to get this race started as soon as possible. But for the meantime, no live leaderboard also is up yet on NASCAR's website with the race not starting yet, so I do not have that available for you guys at the moment. So that's why you see full screen with my face currently if you're just tuning in wondering what's going on with the race. Race was supposed to start about 15 minutes from now, but a little bit later start time than that with the rain delay. But it should be clear the rest of the day unless we get a random pop-up shower. Of course, it is the summertime, so humidity kind of plays into that, and you never really know. But as of right now, 15 to 20% is the chance of rain the rest of the day. I will vlog Michigan. I've been vlogging my race trips since Gateway, even the non-NASCAR ones. I can't stream at the track either. I know for a fact Michigan's internet is not great. Eldor's was terrible last night. I couldn't even upload. When I uploaded on the community tab about that crash happening in the B main, that didn't actually upload until after the race was over, after the A main was over. Probably why it was daylight still there when that happened. But most tracks I wouldn't have the internet capable of live streaming the race. I don't want to hold my phone up the entire race either. Not even physically possible, I don't even think. It's like 3 hours. Chastity 80, welcome to the stream. S. Brown, welcome. Grizz270, welcome. Welcome everybody who I have not shouted out yet. Belinda Leverett, excuse me. See you in the chat as well. Thanks for tuning in. All right, time to get back into the prediction. So again, Kyle Larson, one of the don't-haves I had for today's race, as well as Denny Hamlin, the two sleeper picks who I think you guys should keep an eye on today, as well as myself, and we will throughout the course of the race. There are a couple of SHR Fords. Storehouse Racing as a whole at New Hampshire has been really, really good over the last couple years, and especially SHR on the flat tracks this season have been good as well. One driver who gets an honorable mention but doesn't actually make the cut on this list because he did not unload with great speed this weekend is Chase Briscoe. Briscoe has a top 10 in each of the three flat tracks of Phoenix, Gateway. Gateway he ended up finishing 24th, but he had a flat tire in the early going of the race while leading every lap leading up to his flat tire just after lap 30. So outside of that, though, he had speed there. And obviously got the win at Phoenix earlier this season on a flat track. Martinsville, he had an 8th place finish. But I didn't want to put him in the sleeper picks and tell you guys that he'd be a good pick for your lineup just because he is starting deep in the field. He qualified 29th and was outside the top 20 in practice. But the other SHR Fords of at least Eric Almirola, Kevin Harvick, I think that those are going to be good picks for your fantasy team today. We'll start off with Eric Almirola. Obviously, he won at New Hampshire last season, and he had a really good race car in that race. Obviously showed up late, stole the win away from everybody, won his way into the playoffs. He may have to do that again today, considering, again, he's in a similar circumstance below the cutoff line on points going into today's race. Maybe not as much as last year, so not a dire must-win situation, but considering how many different winners we've had, a couple more wild card races left yet this year, I think we could see 16 different winners, and he may have to win again to get into the playoffs. Again, I mentioned he won last season. He also finished 7th back in 2020 at New Hampshire, finished 11th and 3rd in his other two SHR starts. So 11th or better at all 4 starts with SHR at New Hampshire. That is obviously good. This is one of his better racetracks with this team. He was 10th fastest in practice yesterday, qualified 7th, but he had really good long run speed to compare against a lot of other drivers. 5th yesterday in the 10-lap average in his practice session overall, and third fastest 15-lap average of anybody overall in practice yesterday. So it seems like the long-run speed is going to play out well for Almirola. He had a lot of great long-run speed last year. That's why he won the race. There were a lot of long green flag runs, and that really played out for him in the final stage, because if I remember correctly, I don't think there was a single caution in the final stage, and that's why he showed up when it mattered the most. If that happens today, I think that the SHR Fords are going to obviously be in a good position to potentially capitalize on a win. His finishes on flat tracks this season have been pretty good as well. The last one at Gateway, he had a top 5, finished 5th. Also finished 8th at Martinsville and 12th at Phoenix. So I think Eric Almirola at least gets a top 10 today. He's starting in 7th. Track position is going to mean a lot, and he has a fast race car with good history at this racetrack. Something that neither Denny Hamlin or Kyle Larson have. Hamlin just doesn't have the car this weekend. Larson may have the car, but he doesn't have the statistical success at New Hampshire compared to these other drivers on the list, or compared to a lot of drivers even at Hendrick Motorsports. Kevin Harvick, I mentioned, is the other sleeper pick. He finished 6th at Phoenix earlier this season, was in the top 10 at Gateway before having a brake failure with about 3 laps to go there, which relegated him outside the top 30 in his finish. Didn't run so hot at Martinsville earlier this season. Hopefully that doesn't come into effect today. I don't think it will, considering the speed that the 4 car has had so far this weekend. As coming into this week's race, Kevin Harvick, 10th in qualifying yesterday, so he's got a good starting spot, was 9th fastest overall in practice yesterday, but his lap averages, much like Eric Almirola on the long run, is where you're going to see Harvick capitalize the most today. He was 7th fastest yesterday on a 10-lap average in practice, and he had the 2nd fastest 15-lap average of any other driver in the field. He has great success at New Hampshire as well as Eric Almirola, even better success at that. He's won here 4 times in his NASCAR Cup Series career, 2006, 2016, 2018, and 2019. Of course, 3 of those wins coming in the last 6 races here. 8 top 5s in the last 13 races overall for Kevin Harvick as well. He finished 6th last season. So if you count that, he's finished 6th or better in 9 of the last 13 races at New Hampshire. This is one of his better racetracks. He performs really well, and I think this is going to be one of his best shots to win today's race. Here's Parker Kligerman now standing in with Kurt Busch.
The flat 1 mile tracks. Phoenix is where I have a ton of laps growing up on the West Coast, and my first Truck Series win was Milwaukee. And when I showed up here, everything just seemed to click with rolling the center of the corner with a lot of speed. But this next gen car, though, wants it a little different. It wants more of that point, diamond corner, and then shoot out. And hopefully the bottom groove will come into play. I saw that big time yesterday with the Xfinity car, so hopefully it'll all blend in with what we need with our Toyota. I mean, we have the speed, we just have to execute as a team.
You mentioned those different grooves. What tells you they're coming in? How do you make those decisions of where to put the race car and to use a bottom groove or a top groove?
Yeah, today's race is like older times where there's none of that spray and you have to watch what other guys are doing. To me, the low groove is where I think I'll have most of my success, but you got to be ready to go the top groove and pick up lanes if you have the option on the restart choice as far as lane choice. So we'll see. We'll see what the Sirius XM car brings us, and we know our strategy and our strengths, and we just have to execute because all the Toyotas are fast right now.
Kim, he's a 3-time winner, and he's starting 3rd. I don't know, maybe there's some numbers in there, numerology that helps him out.
Okay, Parker, numerology. Kurt, a 3-time winner
Kim
here.
Kuhn standing with Kyle Larson.
3-time runner-up at New Hampshire. So what about this racetrack has eluded a win for you?
I don't know. It's surprising to hear that I've got 3 second places because I don't really feel like this is a great track for me. But
I told you.
My cars felt okay in practice. I felt like probably better than I was. So just try to make some changes, make me comfortable, try and help me get into a rhythm. So look forward to the race today and just try to be consistent, try to hit my marks, and hopefully have a solid run.
This is the 4th race of a 4-race suspension for crew chief Cliff Daniels. You'll get him back next week.
That's also true. I failed to mention that also, as crew chief's out this weekend.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's all gone really smooth. Cliff's still been really heavily involved, and even for the first week at Nashville, I think was our first one. Like, it's all been really, really smooth. So, yeah, thanks to Kevin Mindering for stepping up to be a part of our team, and it's been unique to listen to him talk and kind of get to know him a little bit more. And but yeah, we're all excited to have Cliff back in the hauler and lead the meetings and listen to his voice on the radio while I'm out there racing.
We'll see, guys, if that smoothness with interim crew chief Kevin Mindering continues here today at New Hampshire.
Yeah, I can guarantee he's going to be happy to have Cliff Daniels back on.
Alrighty, so again, that was Kyle Larson. A lot of newcomers into the chat right now. Michelle Johnson, S. Brown. Let's see here. Desmond Colby. Roscoe 56. Hopefully I said your channel name correctly. Chris Harris, welcome to the stream. He's rooting for Blaney as well. Roscoe 56 is voicing his displeasure about Kyle Busch. Jimmy Coco Pop, welcome to the stream. Will I show the race when the race starts? I can't show the race, but I will have a live leaderboard on the channel as soon as it becomes available on NASCAR's website. We've had a couple issues with it this season for whatever reason, and right now it's not available. Now, granted, the race has still not started, and it won't get started at its normal start time, unfortunately, with the rain delay either. But I will say the covers are off the race cars on pit road right now, so we should be going green, if I had to imagine, within about the next 20 minutes or so. NASCAR Pepsi Cup Series Racing, welcome to stream. Cheyenne, welcome. Joseph Kolnick. Alright, so I mentioned about Kevin Harvick, Eric Almirola being the two biggest underdogs in today's race, as well as Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin being two of the don't-have picks who you should not have in your fantasy lineup today. The two absolute must-have starts in your fantasy lineup, and I think good bets to potentially compete for the win today are going to be Ryan Blaney and Ross Chastain. We'll start off with Ross Chastain. He finished 8th last season with Chip Ganassi Racing at New Hampshire. Obviously his only start in a somewhat competitive car at this racetrack in the Cup Series. He hasn't had great unload speed. He was 12th fastest in practice, which isn't bad, but didn't have a good qualifying lap. I don't know if he may have made a major mistake there, but qualified 18th, considering his teammate Daniel Suarez is right behind him at 19th in qualifying today, or yesterday for today's race. I don't really see that as maybe being a great start for today's race either. 8th at Gateway, though, earlier this year for Ross Chastain, despite the shenanigans that Denny Hamlin was holding him back throughout the course of the race, almost the entirety of the rest of the race. He still finished in 8th. 2nd at Phoenix as well earlier this season, and 5th at Martinsville. So the 3 flat tracks, 8th or better, 2 top 5s. I think Chastain will pull through and have a good day today, despite the fact he didn't qualify well. I think he's got a decent car, and I think he'll at least get in the top 10 at the very end of the day. Considering the season he's had this year, he's 3rd in the regular season standings, has a couple wins, he's been very consistent. He's one of really only 3 drivers that still has a good shot at the regular season championship, along with Chase Elliott and Ryan Blaney. And knowing Elliott has not had great success at this racetrack, only 2 top 10s, maybe he can capitalize on that. But the other driver who is ahead of him in the point standings, who, my opinion, for the longest time, was my pick to win today's race, but I have changed my pick at the last second today. I still think we're going to get another different winner, but this isn't going to be the guy, in my opinion, who is going to get it done. Originally, earlier in the week, I was going to pick Ryan Blaney to win. The only reason I have not is because of how, I guess, bad Penske unloaded with speed this weekend. I was very shocked. I don't know if it's just the next-gen car at this track, which has thrown them off. They have won each of the last 3 races here, and 2 of their 3 drivers have finished in the top 5 in the last 3 races as well, or all 3 of them have finished in the top 5 in at least 2 of the last 3 races at New Hampshire. So I think Penske may pull through throughout the course of the race. Excuse me. But going into the race, it's not looking great. He did qualify 11th, which he's got a decent starting spot. He was only 3/100ths of a second off of qualifying in the top 10 to get himself into the final round in yesterday's knockout qualifying session. So he does have decent speed. He's the fastest of the 3 Penske cars, I think, by far going into this weekend. I think he will get a top 10 at least. He's had too much success on the flat tracks and at New Hampshire in general for me to say that he's not going to have a good day. 4th at Phoenix, 4th at Martinsville, 4th at Gateway. He's the only driver in the Cup Series to have top 5s on each of those 3 racetracks. Again, that most compared to this racetrack today. He also has finishes of 1st, 29th, 4th, 6th, 3rd, 11th, and 5th in his last 7 races this season. So excluding the 29th place finish, he has finished 11th or better in 6 of the last 7. Of course, the 29th was in the Coke 600. The win was at the All-Star race, which doesn't count for points necessarily, but I figure I'd throw that in because it's been a hot stretch for the 12 teams so far. And again, he has finished 6th or better in 5 of the last 7 races. So really good stretch of races so far for Ryan Blaney. Also, his stretch of races at New Hampshire throughout his career, fairly good. He finished 5th last season, had a top 5 at this racetrack. Also finished top 5 back in 2019 and 4th, 7th the year before that, 9th the year before that, and then 2 years before that, 12th, and then 11th. So he has finished in the top 12 in 6 of the last 8 races at this racetrack. Specifically, though, 9th or better in 4 of the last 5 New Hampshire starts. So if he isn't my pick to win today's race, who is my pick to win today's race? I'm going out on the limb a little bit, but I feel really confident about his race car this weekend. I am going with Kevin Harvick to win his first race of the 2022 season this year. Already mentioned that SHR looks really fast in practice and qualifying this year. They usually are at New Hampshire on top of that. And on the flat tracks overall this year, they have been really good. Better on the flatter tracks than any other style of racetrack this season by far. And I think that is going to pan out well for Harvick. The only reason I was hesitant in picking him and picking Blaney instead has been the consistency overall this season, where Blaney's been more consistent on a variety of racetracks far and away compared to the 4 of Kevin Harvick. But I will say, if Kevin Harvick is going to win a race today, win a race this season, it is going to be today. Back in my preseason predictions before the season started, in that long half-hour video I did where I predicted every winner of a race this year, I said Harvick was going to take a step back this season, and I also said Kevin Harvick was going to win just one race. He would find his way back to victory lane. I predicted back in February that Harvick would win today at New Hampshire. I am sticking with my gut there, and I do think that today is the day Kevin Harvick will go to victory lane. He will get his way into the playoffs with a win despite being below the cutoff line coming into the race, and I think we get our 14th different winner of the season. So Kevin Harvick is going to be my pick to win today's race. We'll keep an eye on all those spotlight drivers throughout the course of today's race once the thing begins. Again, currently on a little bit of a rain delay as of right now, but the covers are off the cars. The track is mostly dry, and they should be going green by about the bottom of the hour. Coffee Black, welcome to the stream as well. Tammy George, welcome. Everybody hit that like button if you have not already, as we are still not very high on the likes. Our goal is going to be 300 likes for today's stream. That's going to be the highest of any race I have commentated so far this season, but I feel very confident that we can get there. We're at 36 likes right now, and we have almost 200 people watching. The race hasn't even started yet. I think we can get to 300. And will we break a stream record? Can we get 1,000 people watching the stream by the end of the race? While also hitting the like button helps out with that, as well as subscribing, helping with the analytics of the channel and pushing the algorithm, I guess, on this channel. Not the analytics, but the analytics will, I guess, in return be better. But in the short term, the algorithm push is great. Of course, on the road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races in real life down the road. You guys help me out a ton with that. These streams help me out a ton with that, and I'm greatly appreciative of it. The race is on the USA Network. For those of you maybe tuning in wondering, I cannot show the actual race footage, but I will do the live commentary for the race when the race begins, and you guys will get to see a live leaderboard with all the race statistics going in as well. Hopefully NASCAR's website is going to have something for us here before the race begins. I'm a little hesitant because usually it's up by now. And we have had issues with it on other rain races this season. Martinsville and then Dover, where we had delays at the start of the race. For whatever reason, the live leaderboard was not available till like midway through the race. We'll take a look at the point standings while we're waiting here, considering the fact that we haven't really talked about the standings itself yet. We've talked more about today's race. The implications and the fallout of this is going to be very interesting. I think this is the best shot that we're going to get a different winner the rest of the year on a non-super speedway, which we only have Daytona left in the regular season going forward today. I didn't realize Rick Allen wasn't broadcasting this race at all. It's a drivers only. Got Dale Jr., Jeff Burton, and Steve Letarte in the booth for today's race. Wonder where Rick's at. Toxic Punk Young Boy, welcome to the stream. Yep, hit that like. Frank Powers, welcome. Welcome other race fans, indeed. Road to 3,000 subs also. I don't think we're going to get there today unless I can get like almost 500 in this stream. I don't think that's possible. I think it is possible, actually, if everybody subscribes. We have had over 70% of the viewers on the channel over the last 28 days not subscribe to the channel. So you guys are watching, which I greatly appreciate for that. hit that subscribe button along the way so you don't miss these live commentary live streams, because I don't do them every week. I do them every week. I'm pretty much not at the track. But if you don't know I'm going to the track, then you won't know that I'm not doing the live stream. And the way to find that out is definitely subscribing to the channel. Monster Jam X10, welcome to stream. Hot take, Bubba Wallace wins. That is not too far off considering the Toyotas have been fast this weekend. Talking about Harvick being inconsistent this year, he's been far more consistent, though, than Bubba Wallace, so I'm a lot more confident in picking Harvick for that reason. Plus, again, the flat track success for both him and SHR this year. Take you through today's opening ceremonies while we're waiting during the rain delays. We're getting things started here.
Recognize your presence in our lives and ask you to watch over and bless us today. Keep these drivers, teams, officials, Lord. Safe day of racing for all. Father, as always, we remember the men and women of our armed forces, first responders, both here at home and abroad. We ask you to be with them, be with their families. Keep everybody safe. And Father, I pray that your peace and your presence would surround us all. It's in your holy name we pray. Amen.
And now to sing "O Canada," followed by the Star Spangled Banner from Linfield, Massachusetts, your official anthem singer of the Boston Bruins, Todd Angeli.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Always cool if you're ever at a NASCAR race in person. Get chills every time at the end of the national anthem, and then followed by the flyover. No matter what race it is, they are able to do that. And even if I'm not necessarily feeling the hype or nostalgia of an event after being at so many races and after being at a lot of big races in my life, that still gets me chills every single time. And thanks for everybody tuning in. Alan Hyde, Nixter442, and others. Welcome in a couple of new people into the chat following the national anthem. I am still at work trying to get you guys the leaderboard on NASCAR's website. As you guys have probably seen, I've been constantly refreshing the page. And still nothing's coming up, so we will have the Vox leaderboard on the channel, so at least you guys see something at the start of today's race. Well, NASCAR's website is running a little bit behind again. It's the third time this year that this has happened. And what is now the 19th race of the season. Actually, the 20th race of the season. 6 races to go until the playoffs following today's race. I mentioned we were going to look at the standings coming into today's race. And here they are. Chase Elliott has a 50-point lead. This is not... Hang on, I got to look up the regular season standings. Oh, they have the playoff standings. Yeah, it's all wonky on NASCAR's website right now. All right, I'll do the best I can here. Chase Elliott leads the regular season standings by 47 points over Ryan Blaney, who comes in second. Blaney not locked into the playoffs, but is 133 points to the good above the cutoff line as of right now. May need to win to get in, though, if we get more than 16 different winners behind him in the standings. Well, in general, if he doesn't have a win, he definitely won't be able to make it from that. Ross Chastain's not too far behind Blaney. He's 50 points behind Chase Elliott. Those 3 drivers, the only 3 within 1 race worth of points in the standings. Kyle Larson's 4th in the regular season standings, having an underrated year nonetheless, despite the fact that he only has 1 win to show for. But for Kyle Larson, although his 4th, is 105 points out of 1st, almost 2 full races. So it's going to be tough for him to try to get above that cutoff line. Or try to get to the regular season championship. But if we talk about the cutoff line, I mentioned Ryan Blaney, 133 points to good. He's 14th on the playoff grid right now. Martin Truex Jr., who is the pole sitter for today's race, is going to be 62 points above the cutoff line. So he is just over 1 race worth ahead of Kevin Harvick, who is the first driver below the cutoff line. But for Truex, again, he might need to win today. Might be his best shot to do so. He only has 2 top 5s this season, but starting out in front of the field on a track that's going to be difficult to pass on today, I think that can definitely bode well for him. We'll see how that will work out in the end. Christopher Bell is the last driver above the cutoff line. He has only 19 points to the good on Kevin Harvick, who is the first driver again below the cutoff line. Harvick is starting inside the top 10 today. Bell starting 5th. Truex starting 1st. Blaney 11th. Eric Almirola, who is 12th in the regular season standings, is still 42 points below the cutoff line. He would be technically 18th on the playoff grid. Those are the only 2 drivers within 1 race worth of points below the cutoff line to potentially point their way in. But again, all those drivers, all 5 of those that I mentioned without a win, that are right on the cutoff line, all start inside the top 11, may have a shot to win today's race. Still trying to get NASCAR's leaderboard up again once the race begins. If NASCAR's leaderboard is not up, I will give you guys Fox's leaderboard. Still waiting to get the command as the drivers are in their cars. You guys will get to listen to that as well when the time comes. And then after that, we will go through today's starting lineup. Over 200 people watching as of right now. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as we get into today's race. David Conley, Richard Gillespie, welcome to the stream. Are they singing "Oh Canada" especially? I don't think singing "Oh Canada" necessarily has to do with the government. I mean, you can't fault the people that live in that country for, their government situations, whether you agree with them or not. It's the closest racetrack to Canada as a country, so that's probably why. I wasn't able to watch the Xfinity race yesterday, but I did watch the pre-race while I was at work on my last break yesterday, and I saw them singing it. I was surprised that they were doing it too, but I was like, okay, I guess it is the closest track. Maybe they do that every year at New Hampshire, and I just forget every time. I can see that happening. I'll have the chat on my phone throughout today's race, try to communicate with you guys as much as I can. During the green flag action, you guys know that are used to these live commentary live streams that it's hard because I'm trying to give you guys as much detail with the race as possible. Over 200 people watching. This has to be the most people watching, I think, before the start of a race so far in the channel. Here's the command.
Start your engine!
The engine. Engines are fired for the Ambetter 301 at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Now it's time for today's starting lineup for today's race. On the front row, it'll be Martin Truex Jr. with his first pole ever at his entire career at Joe Gibbs Racing, dating back to 2019. Winless on the year, 62 points above the cutoff line. Today, maybe his best shot to win of any other race so far this year. Chase Elliott, the man who has been the hottest driver in NASCAR over the last few weeks, will start outside of the front row. Elliott has won 2 of the last 3 races, 3 straight top 2 finishes. Can he keep that streak alive today? At all 23-11, row number 2, Kurt Busch and Bubba Wallace. Wallace needs a win to get into the playoffs, way too far below the cutoff line. Only 2 top 10s on the season coming into today's race. We'll see how he can do on a track that's going to be difficult to pass while he has the track position. Kurt Busch looking for his second win. His only win came at Kansas on a 1.5 mile earlier this year. Christopher Bell and William Byron will be in row 3. Bell also winless on the year and is above the cutoff line, much like Martin Truex Jr., but he's the last driver above the cutoff line. Only 19 points to the good. Good starting spot today means he can't score a lot of stage points and also may compete for the win. Has 3 career Xfinity Series wins at this racetrack. Finished second a year ago in the Cup race. William Byron looking for his 3rd win of the year. He has a win on 1 of the 3 flat tracks this season back at Martinsville, where he led the most laps in that race of any other driver in any other race so far this season. Eric Almirola, Kyle Larson will be in row 4. Almirola, as mentioned, 42 points below the cutoff line. Won this race a season ago to get into the playoffs. Can he make it back-to-back wins at the Magic Mile? And Kyle Larson, despite having 3 career second-place finishes at the track, not a track that typically bodes well for him, has finished 33rd and 15th in 2 of his last 3 starts at this racetrack. Qualified well. We'll see if that will turn into a good finish for him by the end. Brad Keselowski, Kevin Harvick will be in row 5. Keselowski, a shocking qualifying effort yesterday despite not being all that quick in practice today. It'll be interesting to see what he can do with a good starting spot. And Kevin Harvick, who had the second fastest 15-lap average time yesterday, was also in the top 5. In the 10-lap average in practice yesterday was top 10 overall. Qualified top 10. My pick to win today's race. We'll start outside in row 5. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano. Penske Racing in row number 6. Logano looking for his 3rd win while Blaney still looking for his 1st. Has had great runs at New Hampshire as of late. 4 top 10s in the last 5 races here. Tyler Reddick, Denny Hamlin in row number 7. Hamlin comes into today's race usually one of the favorites anytime we get to this part of the season, especially at this racetrack. But today, he is one of my don't have picks. He was 14th in qualifying, 21st fastest in practice yesterday, far behind the other 6 or 5 Toyotas overall in practice and qualifying. We'll see if he can pick it up. And Tyler Reddick got his first career win 2 weeks ago, looking for his second today. Michael McDowell, Chris Buescher will be in row number 8. And row number 9, it'll be I think I got that wrong. Yeah, row number, I did it. Never mind, I got that right. And row number 9, row number 9, I'm messing this up big time right now. Kyle Busch and Ross Chastain. Chastain has ran well at the flat track so far this season. He has had a top 10 at all 3 of Gateway, Phoenix, and Martinsville, including a best second-place finish of those 3 tracks coming at Phoenix earlier this season. Kyle Busch led laps early last year, wrecked in the rain in the early going, looking for redemption this season at the same track. Daniel Suarez, AJ Allmendinger will be back in row 10. And row number 13 will be Corey LaJoie and Eric Jones. LaJoie came close to his first career win last week on the Super Speedway at Atlanta, looking for another solid run today. Eric Jones below the cutoff line. Not in a must-win situation yet. He's 73 points below, but needs solid points days if he's going to want a shot. Likely looking to have to win. Starting second half of the field will not help that, but we'll see how he'll do. Cole Custer, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. back in row number 12. Stenhouse has faded a little bit over the last few weeks despite having a hot stretch in the late spring into the early summer where he had 4 straight top 10 finishes. Stalled out a little bit. Didn't do so hot in qualifying yesterday. And Cole Custer, although the other SHR Fords did pretty good in practice and qualifying yesterday, he unfortunately did not. Justin Haley, Todd Gillen will be behind those guys in row number 13. Alex Bowman, Austin Cindric, 2 cars starting deep in the field. Bowman, far and away the worst Hendrick driver in practice and qualifying yesterday. He's going to have to dig out of an early hole. And Austin Cindric, although it's his first Cup race at this racetrack, knowing the success that Penske Racing has had at this track, he is not unloaded quick this weekend, starts deep in the field. Chase Briscoe, Austin Dillon starting even deeper than them in row 15. Briscoe had a win on a flat track at Phoenix this year and also had a great run at Gateway before blowing a tire while leading in the early going of that race. We'll see how he does today. Also had a top 10 at Martinsville at that. And Austin Dillon, who also had a top 10, in fact a top 5 at Martinsville, starting a little bit further back as well, shockingly today. Harrison Burton, BJ McLeod in row 16. J.J. Yaley, Josh Balicki, row 17. Ty Dillon, Cody Ware will round out the field today. Here's Kevin Harvick on the radio for the pre-race.
And as our good friends from Gear would say, we'll just keep forging ahead, try to keep our nose down, and finish it off this weekend.
Well, this is a challenging racetrack. What do you think the most difficult part is today?
Yeah, just understanding the fall off and where all that's going to go. Obviously, yesterday it seemed like a rear drive, and cars would quit turning through the center of the corner, and the rear drive lacked a little bit as you would run. So we'll see where that goes. So you can weigh out track position, no track position, compared to tires, no tires.
All right, buddy. Good luck today. Have fun.
10-4, thank you.
Took a shot at our man. They both have 4 wins here. He didn't like that.
Chuck G, welcome to the stream as well. Yeah, Autumn River, welcome. Brian Mike Whitty, welcome. Eddie Cross, welcome. He is not my actual grandpa. Well, I mean, the guy's name is my actual grandpa, but that channel account is not. Larry Cardwell Jr., welcome to the stream. Thanks for everybody tuning in. That was Kevin Harvick on the radio, talking with the drivers in the booth for today's race. Maybe going green next time by, Not this time by, the lights are still on the pace car. Probably making sure the track is completely dry after the rain had came through in the pre-race. Delaying the start of this race only about 20 minutes. Should be able to get today's race in without darkness as long as it stays dry for the remainder of the 301 laps, 301 miles. Any of the moderators in the chat as well, if we have any more issues in the chat like we just had a couple moments ago, try to hop on that as quickly as possible. I'm not looking at the chat during at least my major talking portions of the race today, so hopefully we can not have that happen. Earl Arnold Jr., welcome to the stream. Said about no, the rain delay was 20 minutes. They'll be going green this time by. The lights are out on the pace cars. They're in turns 1 and 2 right now. Today's stage lengths will be 70 laps in Stage 1, the shortest of all three. 115 laps in Stage 2, 1 lap longer than that in the final stage of 116. I should be able to make it on field without having to make a pit stop at all in today's race during Stage 1. I don't know if there's a competition yellow coming out with that rain we had in the pre-race delaying the start and washing all the rubber off the racetrack from yesterday's action, both with the Cup Series practice and qualifying in the Xfinity Series race yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see if there's a cop yellow I missed on, if there will be or not. We'll have Fox's live leaderboard on the channel for us for right now. And then when NASCAR's website is back up and running again, you guys will get to see that. Pace cars on pit road off the exit of turn 4. The green flag is going to be in the air. And Martin Truex Jr. elects the outside lane for the start. Will lead the field to the green. 2 by 2 as they work their way down into turn 1. 1 block towards the back of the pack being thrown from Tyler Reddick on another race car. And Truex is clear easily to pull down to the bottom in the middle of the corner on the 9 of Chase Elliott. Bubba Wallace trying to get to the outside of Elliott. Elliott squeezes him on the backstretch. Now gives him a little bit of extra room into turns 3 and 4 as the 9 car bottoms out on his way into the corner. Works his way up the track. Wallace is still there and will pull around Elliott, who is struggling with the handling of his car. Really slipping up in the middle of 3 and 4. Falls in line behind Wallace in 3rd place. Still side by side a little bit further back, Christopher Bell, Kevin Harvick battling for position. Bell lost a lot of spots on the initial start despite qualifying 5th. Is now back in about the 7th or 8th place position battling with Harvick, who started in 10th. I'll move my camera out of the way for you guys so you can see at least the top 10 on the leaderboard. Truex about 3 to 4 car lengths ahead of Wallace right now, pulling away at least in the early going. Very bumpy racetrack, especially down the straightaways. You can really see the cars bouncing up and down quite a bit, more so on the front stretch than the back stretch. William Byron falling back another spot to his teammate Kyle Larson. Larson will get around him on the inside for 5th. Byron maybe letting the 5-car go to allow him to get around him much quicker, showing more speed in the opening few laps of this race. Truex has led the first 3 of which so far. Ryan Blaney going to make a pass on the 17 car now of Chris Buescher. Blaney lost a couple spots on the initial start. That pass was for 13th place. Reddick back to the inside of Ross Chastain, who's just a couple positions behind him. Chastain already up 4 spots after qualifying 18th. Side-by-side battle right now between Tyler Reddick, AJ Allmendinger. Just outside the top 10 are those two drivers currently. Oh, trouble! Big wreck off turn 2. Alex Bowman's car is destroyed. Ty Dillon has heavy damage as well. Caution's out at lap 6 for the first time. Major smoke rolling out of the back of the 42 of Dillon. It was announced earlier this week that he will not be returning to the Petty GMS race team, and can't even turn the car to the left, it looks like right now. Something is extremely broke on that car. Pretty heavy damage to a couple cars. Cody Ware looked to have been involved, as well as another car who I couldn't tell had gotten into Alex Bowman's driver's side door. 3 wide off the exit of turn 2. Contact between Ty Dillon, Justin Haley, which knocked Dillon's car into the outside of the 48 of Bowman behind him. Pinched both Bowman and Dillon into the wall. The 78 of BJ McLeod slammed into the back of the 48 of Bowman against the wall. The 77 of Josh Bilicki tried to brake and check up, slid sideways into the back of the 78 as well. And he slammed into the back of the 78 car. Cody Ware was able to miss everybody down to the bottom. So 4-car accident off of turn 2 at the back of the pack. The dangers of course, not having a great qualifying effort led into that position for at least Bowman's sake. But a little too aggressive of a move from Ty Dillon early on. Just missed the 31 of Justin Haley, who he was battling with for position. What is going on with this? Dale Salzman, welcome to the stream. No sound, I'm doing the live commentary. I'll play some throughout the course of the race today when they're doing like a field pass or pit stops are going on, so you guys can hear that stuff. Means I can't relay you all the message when it comes to that. Patrick Shadley, welcome into the stream. So again, under caution at lap 6 for the first time today. Not for rain this year, even though it was threatening the pre-race of today's race. Delaying it about 20 minutes, but we just got things underway. Ty Dillon tried to make a 3-wide move off the exit of turn 2. Lost his car, and when he went up the track, Bowman had his front bumper on the outside of the 42 of Dillon. That slammed both cars pretty much head-on into the outside wall. 78 of BJ McLeod piled in behind, as well as Josh Bilicki as well. Causing our first accident of today's race very early in the going. I would imagine we're not going to be seeing pit stops right now, considering they only ran 6 laps on their tires, and everybody will keep their track position. Maybe a couple guys will top off at the rear of the field, but that is likely going to be about it. Dark Shadows, welcome to the stream. Bowman is done. Yeah, he is definitely going to be done. There was heavy damage. Ty Dillon and Alex Bowman, they're going to be out of the race. And the 48 of Bowman, you'll probably be getting an interview from. You guys will also be able to listen to the interviews throughout today's race on the channel. Reed Thomas, welcome. Where's Kyle Busch at in the field? He qualified in 17th And I think he was right about there when the caution came out. Sorry you can't see the full leaderboard right now. I'm constantly on NASCAR's website trying to get our usual leaderboard up and running. But NASCAR's website is a little bit behind right now. And it is not available yet on the Raw feed. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. The other 3 races I've been doing live commentary for where we had a rain delay at the start of the race this season. For whatever reason, the live leaderboard on their website isn't working until about halfway through the race. So I'd assume it will become available at some point in time. So sorry for not being able to show that. It enhanced the broadcast a little bit right now. So there was contact between Justin Haley and Ty Dillon, which caused Dillon to lose control off turn 2 when he went to go 3 wide to the inside. It is actually the back bumper of the 77 of Bilicki, which slammed into the front bumper of the 48 of Alex Bowman. And they are currently towing Bowman's car back to the garage. So we'll go back to another commercial break during this caution. Stanley M., welcome to the stream. Bet $25 on Eric Jones to run top 5. Pays $227.50. That's going to be a nice payday for you. I have money on Harvick, and he was 12-1. If he wins, I get $360. Put 30 on him. He's up to 8th in the early going, at least. Up a couple spots from where he qualified. Does seem like the outside lane is going to be more preferred on the restarts than the inside. This is your official start of announcing career? Yeah, I'd say so. The YouTube channel as a whole, yes. Not today's race necessarily, because I've done other races this season. Try restarting. I am. I'm constantly... Let me log back onto it completely. It's just something that... See, it shows that they have a live leaderboard, and then you click on it. It goes to this screen, and then raw feed is supposed to be right underneath where it says lap averages from yesterday's practice. It should say raw feed, and there's a link. You click it, and that's the leaderboard I usually use. Raw feed on the phone. I mean, it might work on a phone. It's just not working on their website right now, which has kind of been the issue. Like I said, I guarantee it'll be up and running eventually today. Once somebody that works on their website realizes it's down, they'll probably get it up. Races on the USA Network again for those of you maybe tuning in and wondering. Santiago Kid, welcome to stream. Not happy. Alex Bowman got it right. Yeah, I know you're a Bowman fan. Top break. Hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. 76 likes now on the channel. Over 200 people watching. Again, 73% of viewers that have watched the channel over the last 28 days are not subscribed. And a lot of that probably comes with these live commentary, live streams. So definitely do so. Helps me out a ton. My dreams of trying to become a NASCAR commentator for future races down the road in person. Still single file right now. I believe the field will be heading to the choose cone at the start-finish line this time by, and will likely be going green at lap 13. Sure, there were a lot of parts and pieces that had to be laid down. Or picked up, I guess, after they were laid down from that accident at the tail of the field. Luckily, it was at the tail of the field where the accident had happened. Lights are out on the pace car. They're at the choose cone. They'll be going green this time. It'll be Martin Truex Jr. and Bubba Wallace on the front row. I almost said Kyle Busch because Truex is rocking the Interstate Batteries paint scheme that Kyle Busch would usually use on his car whenever that is a sponsor. Okay, none of the leaders pitted, only having 6 laps on their tires. And they do not have to pit for fuel or tires at all in Stage 1. They can make it on fuel to the end of the stage. If we get any more caution throughout the middle of it, that may break the strategy up even more. We'll see how that will work itself out. Wild race in the Xfinity Series yesterday. I was not able to watch it nor the highlights, but I saw that there were a lot of DNFs. There were a lot of big crashes. And already having a pretty impactful crash, at least taking out one of the popular drivers, Alex Bowman, further back in the field. Green flag in the air as we are back to racing again. Bubba Wallace got a better launch on the inside than Elliott did off the initial start. He'll stay on the inside of the 19 and now has to lift in the middle of the corner as he was not going to be able to hold it that deep. Catches the car. He's going to be able to clear Elliott on the high side off of turn 2, but Truex leads down the back. Kurt Busch still challenging on the inside of the 9 of Chase Elliott into turns 3 and 4. Kyle Larson right behind them. Almirola to the outside of William Byron in the 24 car. And he'll make the pass on him off turn 4. After Kurt Busch was not able to get around Elliott through 3 and 4, Larson takes a look to the bottom of the racetrack now, trying to get under the 45 car. Probably not going to work. It almost seems like it's easier to pass on the outside than the inside. But if the car is running the outside, you have nowhere to try to pass him except for the bottom. And it's very difficult. Larson, though, trying to make a pass on the 45 of Busch right now. Powers hard on the inside of the corner. Slides up just a little bit. Not clear. And Kurt Busch is still side by side with him as they battle for 4th. Almost contact on the front straightaway between the two cars. So Larson's trying to side draft Busch as much as he can. Now there is contact. Larson runs the 45 car up the track just a little bit in turns 1 and 2 as they lean on each other there. Despite it only being lap 15, but as they continue to race side by side, Almirola and Byron are closing in from behind. Larson finally going to have to give up the battle for now. Goes towards the outside, kind of diamonding the corner off through 3 and 4, trying a different line to get back to Kurt Busch as he slipped up on corner entry. Bubba Wallace closing back in on Martin Truex Jr. a little bit closer to the front of the field. Truex is running the middle to bottom of the racetrack. Wallace running a higher line, at least through 1 and 2 this time, which may be a little bit faster than the 19, and that's why he's able to keep up with him, if not close in on him. Chase Elliott not too far behind in 3rd. Top 3 all within 1 second of each other after the first 5 laps since the restart. Terry Lewis Bryce, welcome to the stream. I've been on Google Earth before. It can be actually addicting depending on, just what you're looking up. Kevin Harvick now battling William Byron for the 7th place position. He'll also try to get to the inside and make a pass down there. I feel like on the bottom lane you're using your tires up a little more than the outside. And we'll see over the course of long runs if it may be easier to pass. We had some long runs at Martinsville that wasn't really the case. But we didn't have any long runs at Gateway, which is probably the closest track to this one as far as it just being flat, a little bit longer in length, obviously, than Martinsville. Martinsville, half mile. This is 1 mile. Gateway, about 1 mile and a third. Drivers are going to be shifting multiple times in every corner today as well. Similar to the other flat tracks that they have raced at so far this season. Truex starting to now put a little bit of a gap between himself and Wallace and Chase Elliott inside the top 3. Now has about a 0.6 of a second lead. Top 10 right now, Martin Truex Jr. leads. 0.6 of a second over Bubba Wallace. Chase Elliott's in 3rd, 1.3 seconds off the lead. Kurt Busch 4th, 2.3 back. Kyle Larson rounds out the top 5. He's 3.1 seconds off the lead. Eric Almirola, 3.4 seconds off the lead in 6th, right behind Larson. William Byron is 3.8 seconds off the lead in 7th. Kevin Harvick's in 8th place, 4.2 seconds off the lead. Christopher Bell, 4.8 seconds back in 9th. Joey Logano is 5.5 seconds off the lead in 10th. That is your top 10 after 20 laps of 301 of the Ambetter 301 at New Hampshire. 50 laps to go still in Stage 2. Tyler Reddick down to the apron in turns 3 and 4, trying to find a way aggressively around Chastain, who ran the bottom as kind of a protective line. Reddick tried to go even lower to get underneath the 1 car, maybe a little bit quicker than him. And now Reddick changing his line to the outside, as does Chastain through 1 and 2. May open the door up for A.J. Allmendinger to get underneath the 8. Not quite going to happen yet, as Allmendinger runs right in line. Those drivers are running 14 through 16. Chastain, Reddick, and Allmendinger are. Down to the bottom goes Chastain on the apron through 3 and 4 again. He is definitely running much lower than any other car in the field. It's going to affect his corner exit speed, though, quite substantially, and that's why he's not really able to stay underneath Chastain despite pulling underneath him a couple times in a row now. Reddick isn't going down to the apron through 1 and 2, though. He's only doing that in turns 3 and 4. This track very symmetrical for the most part, but because of how much wider of space you have off the exit of turn 2 down the back stretch compared to the front stretch, that might allow for Reddick to grip up a little easier, a lot lower through 3 and 4 than in turns 1 and 2. And Allmendinger struggling now to keep up with the 8 and the 1 while they run not side by side with one another. Kato, welcome to the stream. I think Kurt Busch's driver cam is on YouTube this weekend. They usually have one of them up. Log back in and log back into the chat real quick. Brad Keselowski, Denny Hamlin in a battle for 11th right now. I saw somebody kind of holding up cars in front of him, and I guess it's Keselowski, who really in reality isn't that far behind Logano for 10th, only about 3 or 4 car lengths. Pretty big gap, though, between Bell and Logano of almost 2 seconds. The biggest gap in between two cars inside the top 10. Stenhouse and Suarez battling for position outside the top 20. Stenhouse got around him on the outside. Suarez almost into the back bumper of the 99. I wonder if there was contact the corner before that. Maybe that's why they've got the camera on these two drivers now. Suarez battles back to the bottom, almost got into the 47 car, and now Suarez crossing him over in turns 3 and 4. He'll slide up in front of Stenhouse off the exit of turn number 4, and we'll see if Stenhouse is going to try to cross him over again. On the front straightaway, side by side just behind those guys with Chase Briscoe and Cole Custer, a couple of SHR teammates. It's crazy how far and away the 10 and the 4 car speeds have been this weekend, comparison to the 41 and the 14 further back in the field. Of course, those are the two drivers with much more experience in the Cup Series than the younger drivers of Custer and Briscoe, and that may be playing into some sort of an effect, you'd have to imagine. Lap 27 right now, NBC going through a full screen commercial break. Time to go through today's full field running order now for the first time in the race in Stage 1. Again, Martin Truex Jr. has a 1.3 second lead over Bubba Wallace, who is in second. Chase Elliott is in third. Kurt Busch in fourth. Kyle Larson is fifth. Eric Almirola sixth. Seventh is Kevin Harvick. William Byron eighth. Christopher Bell is in ninth. And Joey Logano rounds out the top 10. Brad Keselowski in 11th. Denny Hamlin in 12th. Ryan Blaney in 13th. Ross Chastain 14th. Tyler Reddick is 15th. 16th is A.J. Allmendinger. Chris Buescher 17th. Kyle Busch in 18th. Corey LaJoie 19th. Eric Jones is 20th. Daniel Suarez 21st, 22nd is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., 23rd is Chase Briscoe, Cole Custer in 24th, Michael McDowell is 25th, Austin Cindric is in 26th, fellow rookie Harrison Burton behind him in 27th, Justin Haley 28th, Austin Dillon 29th, J.J. Yaley is 30th, Todd Gilliland 31st, Cody Ware 32nd, and then the other 4 cars are out of the race following an accident at lap 6, Ty Dillon, Josh Bilicki, Alex Bowman, and B.J. McLeod all running 33rd through 36th. All 32 cars that are still on the track are in this race on the lead lap. Martin Truex Jr. has led every lap so far, 29 of them in. Under the commercial break, we'll take a little bit of an ad break as I could get to my phone so I could get it on a charger real quick. Some of you guys are probably going to see me do that, though. All right. NBC just coming back from the commercial break now. Looks like the top 10 on the same order, except for the fact that William Byron has lost 2 spots to both Kevin Harvick and Christopher Bell, now dropping Byron back a couple extra spots. Check NASCAR's website real quick, see if their leaderboard is up and running yet. Dawson Winter, Jeff Torgerson, welcome to the stream also. Like to see the whole field. See where your moneymaker is running. I am trying to get you guys that leaderboard. Again, NASCAR's website is not acting properly right now, where I usually get the full leaderboard to show you guys the top 30 on one screen. Unfortunately, that is not available right now. So you can only see the top 10 on the right side of the screen currently. Comment in the chat down below your predictions for today's race on who you thought was going to win. Had a poll in the community tab a couple days ago on Friday as to asking you guys if we were going to see another different winner this NASCAR Cup Series season today at New Hampshire. And you guys voted, 69% said yes, we are going to get a 14th different winner. And 31% no, 134 votes on that poll. And as we run right now, the top 2 both winless this year, as well as drivers in 6th, 7th, and 8th, as far as the drivers on the top 10. So half of them without a win and half of them do have a win so far this season. Fox leaderboard is behind. Yeah, it's probably behind. It is. Compared to what I'm watching, it's like 2 laps behind. That's the best I've got right now, though. Kyle Larson has closed in on Chase Elliott. He'll get to the outside, and Elliott's probably going to let his teammate go. Halfway through stage 1, this time by at the line. Larson to 3rd. He was one of the drivers I said who would at least finish outside the top 10 by the end of the race today, which still could be true because they're very, very early in the going yet. But Kyle Larson, looking like he's got some long run speed today. He did run more laps of anybody else in practice yesterday. One of only a few drivers that had a 20-lap stint at one point in time before pulling onto pit road to try and make some more adjustments. He knows that this is a track he tends to struggle at, trying to rewrite that today. Here's Alex Bowman standing in with Kim Kuhn.
We qualified bad, and then you're back there with a bunch of people you don't want to be around, and unfortunately they were just racing hard. It looked like the 42 and the 31 got together, and 42 just overcorrected and stopped us from the finish. Bummer, I hate it for everybody in that line. But move on to the next one.
Alex Bowman, 3rd DNF in the last 4 races.
Ouch. Didn't realize it's been getting that bad for the 48 team. Starting to struggle with consistency towards the later end of the regular season, similar to what he did for the last few years at Hendrick Motorsports as well. Kevin Harvick also closing in on a teammate for position, battling Eric Almirola to the inside off turn 4 for 6. Both drivers right around each other in the cutoff line, so I don't know that they're necessarily going to cut each other enough slack as of right now, as Harvick sends it deep into turns 1 and 2, slides up in front of the 10, and clears him for the 6th place position. Harvick's 5.5 seconds off the lead and trying to close on Truex, who is out in front by 1.5 seconds over Bubba Wallace in 2nd. 4 Toyotas currently inside the top 10. 3 Fords inside the top 10. And a couple of Chevrolets, 3 of them to be exact. So more Toyotas in the top 10 than any of the other manufacturers. 57 Young Money. Yeah, I saw Larson race at Eldora last night at the Kings Royal. Pretty cool Sprint Car Series event. 175 grand went out to the winner as Brent Marks won last night's King Royal at Eldora, the 39th running. Larson had a good day, though. He finished 5th, had a top 5. Dave Blaney, former NASCAR driver, of course, former World of Outlaw Sprint Car Series champion as well, made the feature last night. There were 54 entries, and he actually made the feature. 24 cars. I think he finished 22nd. Not too shabby. Or 21st, actually. It's cool to see him race in a World of Outlaw event once again. Ryan Blaney is trying to hold off Ross Chastain and AJ Allmendinger behind him. And Chastain lost the nose of his car into turns 3 and 4 as Allmendinger will drive to the bottom. Starting to see more passes now that we're 30-plus laps. Now make that 40-plus laps into the start of today's race on these tires, considering nobody pitted during the first caution of the day at lap 6. Denny Hamlin, Brad Keselowski side by side. Hamlin squeezes Keselowski off turn 2, nearly making contact as they battle for 11th. Going to see a lot more aggressive racing at this track today than what you might have seen in the last few years at this track, because if you remember, the resin made almost 2 completely different grooves at this track, so there wasn't as much contact when you were trying to pass. Today, that is not the case. There's no resin or PJ1 in the corners, creating a primarily one groove track, so some of these drivers having to race a little bit more aggressively, use the bumper, use the sides of their cars to lean on the car on the outside if they're going to try to make passes in that bottom lane today. And Hamlin, despite almost clearing Keselowski off turn 2 a lap and a half ago, was not able to clear him in 3 and 4, and he runs back in line behind him again and has to try to reset up a passing opportunity on the 6. Chastain was also simultaneously, while those drivers were battling, able to get around Ryan Blaney for position, and Allmendinger fights to the inside of the 12 car. And the Penske car is not looking as fast as we have seen them in the last few years, and even on other flat tracks this season in particular. They've ran really well as an organization on flat tracks. I'd probably say more than any other organization so far in the Cup Series on various different flat tracks this year. But it has not panned out well for them, at least in the early going of Stage 1, as the track conditions start to change and more rubber starts to layer into the track after getting washed off with the rain beforehand. We'll see if that will change, but for right now, not looking like it. And Eric Almirola, another Ford, even though racing for SHR is starting to fall back a little bit. He lost a spot to his teammate Kevin Harvick just a few moments ago. Now lost a spot to Christopher Bell and will fall into the 8th place position. Your top 5 right now: Martin Truex Jr. leads, Bubba Wallace in 2nd, Kyle Larson is in 3rd, Chase Elliott 4th, Kurt Busch rounds out the top 5 currently. 1.6 seconds between Truex and Wallace, 2.9 seconds between Truex and Larson, 4.1 seconds between Truex and Elliott, and Kurt Busch is 5.2 seconds back of Martin Truex Jr. currently in this stage. Trying to refresh NASCAR's website again, seeing if the raw feed is available, and there's still nothing. I've tried logging out of the website completely. That doesn't really do anything else other than just refresh the page. Regine Huddleston, welcome to the stream. Got to be starting to lap traffic. They haven't shown the leaders, the top 3, since Larson made that pass on Elliott. No, I'm on the wrong screen. There are some backmarker cars that are a lap down, Yaley, Gill, and Ware, but that's it. Justin Haley's the last car on the lead lap, 29 seconds off the race lead, so he's about to go a lap down. Austin Dillon almost about to go a lap down. Michael McDowell had a great run at Gateway on a flat track not that long ago, about a month ago, and he is struggling. He didn't qualify well outside the top 20 there, and he's 27th currently, about to go a lap down. So it looks like from 23rd on back are within about 6 seconds ahead of fastest car on the racetrack, at least right now, Martin Truex Jr. Teams have not had a chance to make adjustment changes because of not pitting yet. So unless we get a late caution in this opening stage, which we only have about 21, 22 laps to go in the stage, then they'll have to wait till the stage break itself to make a change. And 22 to go as NBC is back now with their, well, USA Network, I guess, is back. NBC's coverage. The Ambetter 301. Hunt Forever, welcome to the stream. Hamlin wins at Chastain, don't dump him. That's his prediction. Both Chastain and Hamlin working their way forward a little bit, and they're both right around each other in the running order, I believe. Hamlin 11th, Chastain 13th, and he's only about a second behind him. Guess during the commercial break, there's a little contact off of turn 4 between a couple drivers outside the top 20 of Austin Cindric and Cole Custer battling for position. Denny Hamlin also put the bumper to Brad Keselowski to try and make a pass on him during the commercial break when he passed him for 11th. Good catch by the 6-car Keselowski to hang on to it. Again, you're going to see more bumping and running in today's race compared to the last few years at New Hampshire for the reasons I already stated. Plus, just the flat tracks in general have been so much harder to pass on in the next-gen car this year compared to tracks with progressive or even banking at all. More of a dirty air issue. Be interesting to see in the years to come if they can fix that. I really hope so. But I will say it's led to a lot of drama in the mid-pack so far today. And obviously at Gateway we saw a lot of drama, I'm sure. Some constant rivalries. Most with Ross Chastain involved. Truex still growing the lead out, 2.1 seconds ahead of Wallace, just gradually. He's not a whole lot quicker than the 23 car, maybe about a half a tenth a lap or so, but after 53 laps, he's going out to 2.1, 2.2 seconds. It doesn't seem like the lap traffic is slowing Truex down really at all, as he has led now 54 laps to start today's race. Tyler Reddick closing back in on Chastain. They battled for position way at the beginning of the last restart when Reddick was going all the way down to the apron in turns 3 and 4. 1 and 2, he's driving with the left side tires on that painted blue and white line on the apron. Kevin Harvick showing long run speed that he had in practice yesterday. Had the second fastest 15 lap average of any other driver in the field. And despite starting 10th, is already up to 5th as he passes Kurt Busch through turns 1 and 2 on the outside lane. Didn't have to go to the bottom to get around the 45 car that time. Maybe Kurt Busch's car is struggling a little bit to run the top, or maybe he just let Harvick go knowing it is still early. Looks back to the inside of Harvick through turns 3 and 4. Not going to happen. Considering Busch is still on the bottom, I think he is struggling to run the outside groove, if I had to imagine. Liam Ayers, welcome to the stream. Watching from Indiana, because your TV is out. Hopefully it gets back up eventually. But thanks for tuning in. Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, longtime rivals battling for the 10th place position. We already saw Hamlin move Keselowski out of the way. And it looks like he is going to be able to clear the 22 car cleanly through turns 3 and 4. Just took a couple corners to get around Logano on the inside. Hamlin's starting to run a little bit better in the race comparison to where he was in practice and qualifying yesterday, in comparison to all the other Toyotas in the field, excluding Kyle Busch. Busch is back in 19th. He's actually lost 2 spots from the start of the race. And it's crazy how far back he is compared to the other 5 Toyotas in the field that are all running in the top 10 except for him. Truex is still pulling away, and he's just so much faster than the cars at the back of the field he is lapping. I don't think he's going to get held up much by them to give Wallace or Larson a shot to win this stage in the final 14 laps. Larson is slowly closing in on Wallace for second place, as they're only about a tenth a second apart from each other, and we may have a battle going on there. And, yep, that is the case. Right as I say that, Larson is running down the 23, looks to the inside, may have overdrove the corner just a bit. Actually, it looked like that was intentional as he kind of diamonded the corner off, started low, went wide, then cut it back down to the bottom off the exit of the corner. Lost a little time to Wallace, so doing that in turns 1 and 2. Wallace kind of continuously staying around the outside as he's done from the very start of the race. It almost seems like he is running just a tad higher than pretty much everybody else in the field. I wonder if that's led to his success and why he is as fast as he is in the early going. Chase Elliott's about another full second behind the battle for second place currently, as they are working around Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who's a lap down further back in the field. Looked like Wallace was able to get through Stenhouse a little bit better. Bubba caught him in a much better spot, passed him in the middle of the corner, cleared him off exit where Larson could not clear Stenhouse off the exit, was kind of on the inside of him. A lot better though through 3 and 4. Larson closes that gap just a little bit, as I think his car is handling better than Wallace's at this point in the run. Again, taking a look to the inside. And now he's not diving in the corner off. He is running the bottom all the way around both ends of the racetrack, turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Before, he was starting at the bottom, rolling to the top, back to the bottom. He saw that quickly was not working out for him. And with Wallace protecting that outside groove, this is the only shot for Larson to get around him. Off the exit of turn 4, both cars wiggling, struggling for grip, over 60 laps on these guys' tires now, and they are side by side for position into turn 1. Couple lap cars side by side, not too far in front of him, of Austin Dillon and Michael McDowell as well. Off the exit of turn 2, Larson may be clear of Wallace, and he will not be clear. Wallace hangs on to the outside. Good battle for position right now. And both in dirty air with the side-by-side lap cars in front of him right now, so it's an equal battle between Wallace and Larson. Dillon finally clears McDowell. Larson can't clear Wallace, and off the exit of turn 4, Wallace is still there. As they battle side-by-side, Chase Elliott slowly closing in. He's only about a half a second behind these guys. Lap cars to the outside lane. That's going to free up the bottom, and Wallace was just able to get down in front of Larson into turn 1. He has cleared Michael McDowell off the exit of turn 2, so one lap car now between second and third place. Larson drives to the bottom into 3 and 4 as McDowell stays wide. Austin Dillon went to the bottom of the racetrack, where Bubba Wallace went to the outside that time, trying to get some clean air in turns 3 and 4. About a 3 car length gap between second and third, and about maybe another 3 or 4 car length gap between the 5 and the 9 car in a battle for third, but the 9 is trying to get around McDowell currently through 1 and 2. McDowell a little bit off the very outside lane, more towards the middle that time, with Elliott trying to get around him on the bottom. That held Chase Elliott up off the exit of turn 2 and loses a bit of ground on second and third place. 3.5 plus seconds ahead is Truex. He is far and away going to win this stage as long as it stays green to the end of the stage. But a good battle for second going on right now as 3 cars are within a second of the position. And Kevin Harvick now is closing on the back of the 9 of Chase Elliott as he'll get around McDowell through 1 and 2. Michael giving the 4 car a lot more room to run. And I do think lap time wise, it seems as if Harvick and Truex are very equal with each other on this long run. My gosh, if Harvick wins today's race. You heard it here in the pre-race. He was my prediction. You heard it back in February. It was my prediction to win this race today. And he had a fast car and loaded with it this weekend. I felt confident in it. All week I've been telling you guys the new driver is going to win this season. I didn't think necessarily it was going to be him all week. I was kind of leaning towards Blaney, but when Blaney unloaded with not as much speed as well as the Penske cars as a whole yesterday, I felt more confident in the SHR Fords, especially Harvick and Almirola, and I went with Harvick. Been a little more consistent this year as a whole. And had a little bit better long run speed in practice yesterday in comparison to his teammate Almirola. And a track that we don't usually see a lot of cautions at. I figured we were going to get some long green flag runs. You're seeing one in stage 1 following that first yellow right now. And it's really playing into Harvick's hands currently. Larson has lost pace to the 23 of Wallace. He's about 0.8 of a second behind him now and has a mirror full of Chase Elliott in the 9 car as they battle for third. Elliott's got a chance to really widen this regular season points battle out with both Ryan Blaney and Ross Chastain within 50 points of him and the only drivers within 100 points of him in the regular season standings. Both Ross Chastain and Ryan Blaney are outside the top 10, not looking at getting stage points in stage 1, where Elliott is battling for third and looking to get either 6 stage points for finishing in 4th, or 7 stage points for finishing in 4th, or 8 for finishing in 3rd. Still got about a half a second back to Harvick behind him. Unless the 5 and the 9 can get side by side with each other consecutively for a couple laps, I don't think Kevin Harvick is going to be able to run the 2 down as we have just 3 laps to go in stage 1. 4.4 seconds is the lead between first and second. Harrison Burton, Corey LaJoie battling for the free pass position. The bottom of the screen for those of you currently watching on the USA Network right now, as they are battling for the 24th position. Cole Custer, the last car in the lead lap in front of Truex right now, and he's not that much further in front of him. 2 laps to go now for Truex in stage 1. Burton pulls away from LaJoie that time through turns 3 and 4, and has about 3 to 4 car lengths on him. Custer just a couple car lengths in front of Truex as he diamond the corner off through turns 1 and 2. Truex much faster than Custer right now, really rolling the center of the corner a lot better than the 41 car, who's really wiggling with the front. Final lap of the stage now for Truex, 2 car lengths behind Custer. Simultaneously, currently on the screen, Harvick is now close to about 3 to 4 car lengths behind Chase Elliott. Off of turn 2, Truex to the back bumper of the 41 of Custer. Will he cut him a break in 3 and 4? Will he pull out a line trying to make a pass? Truex on the inside. Cole Custer to the outside. 38 car might have gotten in the way on the bottom. That allows Custer to stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage. Martin Truex Jr. has led all 70 laps so far today, and he will win Stage 1 at New Hampshire. Bubba Wallace will come home in second place with Kyle Larson third, Chase Elliott fourth, and Kevin Harvick rounding out the top 5 in Stage 1. Christopher Bell in sixth, Kurt Busch in seventh, Eric Almirola eighth, William Byron ninth, and Denny Hamlin will all get stage points in Stage 1 today at New Hampshire. Pit stops will be coming for the first time today following the commercial break for NBC during the Stage 1 break. We'll take a quick break. We're on right now while I try to get this leaderboard working on NASCAR's website, if it is at all available. Might have to try logging out of the website again. Going back in. We're almost a third of the way through this race, and it's still not up and running. It's not a long race today. One of the shortest races of the season in length, only 301 laps. Mostly only 301 miles is the main thing when it comes to that. Had consistently right around, if not more than 200 people watching today's live stream. It'll be interesting to see if we can keep this streak going. Had 4 straight races on the channel in which we have had at least 600 people watching. We'll see if we can make that 5 by the end of the race today. We didn't get there last week until the very end of the race at Atlanta. Patricia Toms, welcome into the stream. Try to back out and go back. Yeah, I was about to. Nothing. Yeah, it's just not working on NASCAR's website right now. Sure, the mobile app is working. But you guys wouldn't be able to see much more of the leaderboard or any other race stats than what Fox's website's having to offer anyway. Spotlight drivers at the end of Stage 1. The 2 don't have picks of Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin are actually both inside the top 10. Both scored stage points with Larson in 3rd, Denny Hamlin in 10th. 2 sleeper picks, though, also both in the top 10 of Eric Almirola in 8th and Kevin Harvick finishing 5th in Stage 1. 2 must-have picks of Ross Chastain and Ryan Blaney. They're really struggling right now as Blaney finished 20th at the end of Stage 1. Chastain 13th. Even Cindric has passed Blaney right before the end of the stage despite starting further back. Free pass goes to Harrison Burton during the stage break at 24th. He'll get back on the lead lap. And again, pit stops will be coming up in a matter of moments. You guys will get to listen in to any adjustment changes that any of the top drivers or your favorite drivers will make. Corey Brown, welcome to the stream. Justin Newgarden won at Toronto. Thanks for updating.
Things, but guys are coming down the pit road. Let's go, Kim.
And Kyle Larson quiet pretty much the entire run, which is a good sign about that car. He said, guys, we're good. The only thing is I ran too hard, used up my tires. Otherwise, I love this car. 4 tires, Marty, on the 5.
You're going to love the fight in Bubba Wallace to finish second there and keep Kyle Larson behind him till the car starts free and gets worse the longer he runs. But I don't need much. We'll see if the adjustment helps, Parker.
And Marty for the 19 Martin Truex, he may have had a 4-second lead, but he said that car got too loose and he keeps the lead on the exit of pit road, so they tightened him up to get ahead of the track.
Martin Truex Jr. wins the race out of the pits by about a half a car length over Kevin Harvick, who jumps up 3 spots to second. Bubba Wallace loses 2 spots on pit road. Chase Elliott loses 4. They were the big losers of those inside the top 10. Through the first round of pit stops in today's race, first of 3 or 4 pit stops that we will see today. Now in stages 2 and 3, because they're a little bit longer, about 45 laps longer than what stage 1 was, they will have to make a pit stop at some point in time in this stage. If we don't see a lot of yellows, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how that's going to pan out for these teams. if we get a caution in the middle of green flag pit stops, which we've had a lot of this season, especially with tires falling off of race cars. Raw feed is working for you just fine. Try it again. Is it working on the website? It's not working for me at all. I can't get it up and running. Races on Peacock. I had no clue if it was today or not. No penalties for Kyle Larson. Yeah, he does seem to have a lot of pit road penalties on a regular basis. Him and Denny Hamlin, it's just kind of like a bad habit amongst them. Did look like Larson gained one spot in there on Wallace, who lost a couple. So Larson will be in third on the restart. Martin Truex Jr., though, has led every lap, and his number one pit box and pit road definitely helped with that time. Lightning fast pit stop for the 19 team. Colton Herta was on the pole. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I'm constantly working on it, guys. Alexander Rossi won the IndyCar race. Somebody said that Joseph Newgarden won. Way too many penalties on pit road for Larson. Yeah, he's just... I think he's just in such a hurry when he gets into the pits. Trying to get the most that he can, really pushes it on the edge, even on pit road with the speed limit, just as much as he pushes it on the racetrack with the edge of car control, as well as, of course, just constantly battling for positions. So row 1 on the restart will be Martin Truex Jr. and Kevin Harvick, with Truex on the outside, Harvick on the inside. Row 2 will have Christopher Bell on the inside and Kyle Larson on the outside. Row 3 will be Kurt Busch on the inside, Bubba Wallace on the outside. So Wallace, who was actually fourth out of the pits, decided to go on the outside behind Larson rather than on the inside underneath him. Wallace has been on the outside pretty much from the start of today's race, so maybe not as much of a surprise. Like Blaney gained about 5 spots on pit road. He's up to 15th, and then Chastain, it's like he lost a couple spots in the pits as well, further outside the top 10. Briscoe's up to 13th. He's on the move, so Suarez in 12th of drivers outside the top 10. Green flag back in the air at New Hampshire. Truex gets a great launch off the start. Should be able to clear down to the bottom on the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Blaney going to the inside, 3 wide into turn 1 underneath Reddick and Cindric, and he makes the pass work. What a move on the restart for Ryan Blaney. Still more stacking up on the outside lane as he's going to get by Briscoe as well. Oh, we got trouble on turn 2. Kyle Busch is around on the back straightaway, and everybody misses him. Caution number 3 on the day. Busch may have gotten turned off the exit of the corner. I don't think anybody else was involved. And waiting on a replay to see exactly what happened to the DeWalt number 18 of Kyle Busch. So Kyle Busch has just spun out off of turn 2, bringing out yet another caution. It's hard to tell if he had contact or if he just lost it off the exit of the corner. It looked like Cole Custer wasn't directly in line behind him, as if he had spun him out. So I think Busch just lost it off the exit of turn 2. Of course, he is struggling with this car really badly today. He's been outside the top 15 all day, while his other teammates all got stage points, as well as both of the 2311 cars were in the top 5 at the end of stage 1. Actually, Kurt Busch, I think, fell back to 7th, but they were still both inside the top 10. It is pouring at my house right now. Good thing it's just rain. It's not like a thunderstorm or anything, so won't have to worry about losing power. That would really stink if I did that in the middle of one of these live commentary streams. Any damage? No, he saved it. It doesn't seem as if he ended up flat spotting any of his tires either, as he was able to keep the car rolling. So he'll be back on pit road to take 4 tires, go to the tail end of the lead lap. And this caution is going to give Corey LaJoie the free pass in 25th. So LaJoie will be back on the lead lap. Truex has still led all 80 laps, but no damage on Kyle Busch's car. He lost control on his own off turn 2, and luckily everybody missed him, both to the inside and the outside. I thought Cody Ware was going to pile into the back of him at first. That wasn't the case. Luckily, he was able to get on the binders and slow up in line right behind him just in time. Maybe they got all the cars mixed up this weekend of Joe Gibbs Racing, and Kyle Busch was supposed to have Truex's car, but Truex had the interstate battery scheme, so they accidentally swapped the cars off, and they gave Christopher Bell another one of the other cars, and they actually gave what Bell's car was supposed to be Kyle Busch's because he's got the DeWalt scheme. That's the most illogical explanation I have for why Busch is not performing too well today. Definitely struggling with a loose car if he lost it off of turn 2 like that. You're going to have to tighten that bad boy up. There will be live commentary next weekend's NASCAR Cup Series race once again at Pocono. That race will be on the USA Network as well. So Cup Series only next week with the live commentary side of things. Showing the replay of Kyle Busch and his spin again, and he definitely didn't have any contact that resulted in the spin. Lucky that Busch didn't have anybody hit him. Turn 2 is where we saw that 4-car wreck back in the early going of the race, just 6 laps after the initial start. Restarts are definitely going to be where the most opportune times will come to make passes. Ryan Blaney gained 4 spots on the restart, going 3 wide to the bottom into turn 1. Got a couple other cars on the backstretch off turn 2 before the caution came out. That big move panned out for him. Gained 4 spots on pit road 4 in the restart, and he goes from running 20th at the end of stage 1 to 12th just 12 laps later. I'd imagine we'll be going green sometime soon here, considering there shouldn't have been any debris from the caution. Nobody made any contact of any sort. And Busch was able to keep it off the wall and off of every other driver. Tried to miss him. Raji, welcome to the stream. Looks weird in the DeWalt car. Yeah, I think this is the second time this season he's had the DeWalt car, too. I can't remember what other race he had it for. I don't know if it was Dover or somewhere else, but I remember him having the DeWalt car earlier this year. It's the first I've seen Truex in the interstate battery scheme ever, too. It's odd. They will be going green this time. The lights are out on the pace car. Truex, of course, Alexi outside lane again. And I think Kyle Larson was in second when the caution came out when he was side by side with Kevin Harvick off of turn 2. So Larson will be in second place for the restart. Kevin Harvick, Bubba Wallace will be in row 2. Looks like Harvick will be on the outside. Wallace will be on the inside in row 2. Never mind. Actually, Wallace on the outside in row 3 behind Harvick. It'll be Bell on the inside row 2 like it was on the last restart. Just has Harvick on the outside of him this time. Into the Geico restart zone. Green flag back in the air. Truex gets another great launch comparison to the car on the bottom, which was Larson. Blaney going to go 3 wide to the bottom again, but couldn't quite get to the inside of the 6. Figured it worked out for him well last time. Try it again. Did not work that time as he couldn't quite get underneath the 2 cars in front of him. 3 wide off the exit of turn 2, though, between Kurt Busch, Christopher Bell, and Eric Almirola. They'll stay 3 wide into turn 3. Maybe a little contact between Bell and Almirola up high. Crossover by Bell now as he looks to the inside of the 45. Busch gets a little squirrely off of turn 4, almost gets into the 10 of Almirola, keeps it off of him, side drafts him on the front straightaway as they battle for position. Martin Truex Jr. was able to easily clear Larson going into turns 1 and 2. Larson also clears Harvick and Wallace as single file throughout the top 4 right now. 2 by 2 through most of the field off of turn 2. As Kurt Busch will now clear Almirola for 5th place. 3 wide further back again. Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick. All running 3 wide. Chastain just squeezing the 8 of Reddick down on the bottom. Oh, a little squirrely with Chastain. Thought about trying to pull up in front of the 16 of Allmendinger. Realized that was closed. Slides up in front of the 16. A little push from behind from Allmendinger in the middle of the corner. Near contact off turn 2 ahead of him between the 99 of Suarez and the 11 of Denny Hamlin as Suarez had squeezed Hamlin. Three wide, Kyle Busch on the bottom now behind the 17, the 16. And that battle that I was just talking about between Chastain, Hamlin, and Suarez. Busch down to the apron into turn 1 to complete the 3 wide pass on both Buescher and Allmendinger. Denny Hamlin's really fallen back after finishing 10th at the end of stage 1. A couple of bad restarts simultaneously with each other have dropped him back to 17th. And Kyle Busch, who just restarted after having the spin off turn 2, is already back up to 19th, about where he was towards the end of stage 1 himself. Trying to pass the 99 of Daniel Suarez. Hamlin lost another spot through turns 1 and 2 to the 43 of Eric Jones. Busch drives it in deep down to the bottom. Still under Suarez. They've been side by side for about an entire lap. Truex has a 1 second lead over Kyle Larson at the front of the field right now. Kevin Harvick just a few car lengths behind Larson, still in second. 3 Toyotas, a Chevrolet, and a Ford all inside the top 5. Trouble, turn 2, another wreck. Harrison Burton, Michael McDowell, and Corey LaJoie all involved, and cautions out for the 4th time today. Heavy damage to the front of the 7 car of LaJoie. His day's definitely going to come to an end. That car is skewed. Quite a bit of damage to the back of the 21 of Burton, and the 34 of McDowell also involved in the spin. Corey LaJoie is going to park the car in the backstretch right now as heavy smoke is pouring out. It looks like a mini fire underneath the right front tire of his race car with all the damage involved. Might have had some parts and pieces dragging with how skewed that car was on the backstretch, which sparked the fire. Lap 90, and we are under caution once again. Our 3rd accident of the day, 4th caution total of the afternoon. Oh, replay. It looks like LaJoie just lost it on his own going into the corner. Cleaned out the 21 car who was on the outside. If you remember, Burton and LaJoie both got the free pass during the last 2 cautions, the stage break and then the Kyle Busch spin. And now both involved in an incident early in stage 2. McDowell slammed the left front fender of the 7 of LaJoie after LaJoie had taken out the 21. Caused a lot of damage, obviously, to both of the corners of the front bumper on LaJoie's car. Causing the skewedness, I guess, of it. That heavy damage. Harrison Burton also got into the wall pretty good himself after getting cleaned out by Burton. LaJoie seems very upset with himself after that incident. Michael McDowell's on the inside behind LaJoie. I don't think he got into him. I think LaJoie just lost it in the middle of the corner and couldn't catch it in time. Cars have been tougher to drive on these drivers so far this season. Just the newness of the race car itself would cause many issues, but many drivers have also talked about how much more difficult it is to drive than the Gen 6 car in general. And even on a short track where we saw 750 horsepower in years past, 650 today, it's still drivers having problems trying to keep control of their cars. Especially on the restarts when everything is tightly bunched together. I think Michael McDowell might be able to continue on. Harrison Burton might be able to as well, but they definitely have significant damage from the accident. Haven't really mentioned it so far today, but a pretty big crowd on hands at New Hampshire this afternoon. That's great to see. A lot of races this season we've seen a pretty good crowd turnout. Really, the only races I can think of that wasn't the case was probably Texas for the All-Star race. I think Phoenix was pretty lackluster earlier this year. What other track didn't have... Oh, Atlanta last week, too. Those are really the only 3 tracks I can think of that didn't really have great attendances, though. Every other track so far this season had quite a few people at the track on the race weekend. It's great to see. Gene trying to root on some of the JGR Toyotas that are struggling at Kyle Busch, Denny Hamlin right now. Hamlin's not been good on the restarts today. Seems to be his Achilles heel. He's going to have to deal with another one right now. Only about 10 laps, maybe at the most, on these tires of green flag racing at Stage 2 since everybody pitted during the stage break itself. Martin Truex Jr. seemingly, though, in a league of his own. Every time he gets a good launch on the restart, he just kind of pulls away, and there's a battle for second on back, which has been very entertaining to watch today. But Truex himself has led the first 93 laps of today's race. He's already won Stage 1. Which, if he doesn't win today, he's picking up a lot of stage points at least, which helps his regular season standings out a little bit more. He was about 70 points behind Blaney, but considering Blaney has been outside the top 10 all day and finished there at Stage 1, that's 10 bonus points, or not bonus points, but 10 points in general that he closed in on the 12. Quick little look at the spotlight drivers coming into today's race, where they're running right now. Don't have picks of Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin. Larson's up at second place, but Denny Hamlin is back in the 17th place position right now. Ryan Blaney also got inside the top 10 on that last restart. The two must-haves of Ryan Blaney, Ross Chastain. Blaney's starting to bounce back up to 10th. Couple of good restarts and a good pit stop for the 12 team, and Chastain's really falling back. He is in 20th now. Qualified 18th, got up to about 12th, and then fell right back to where he's running right now. And both the sleeper picks inside the top 6. Eric Almirola in 6th, Kevin Harvick in 3rd. So far in today's race. Lights are still on in the pace car. They will not be going green this time by. Cleanup still going on the back straightaway, and I would imagine nobody is going to hit pit road. This pit road has been open now. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. 98 likes on the stream, just a couple away from 100. Our goal is 300 for today's stream. Still constantly working on the leaderboard. I am having issues trying to get the leaderboard on NASCAR's website up and running. I know a couple of you guys have said it has worked for you, but it is not working for me for whatever reason. I've tried logging out of the website, logging back in. It doesn't matter. Refreshing it, going back to the home page on the website. Nothing is working right now. The third time we've had an issue with this so far this season. Once I get it up and running, you guys will get to see the top 30. LaJoy's car has been towed back to the garage. He's obviously done for the day. If we get an interview from him, you guys will get to listen in. Still cleaning up, putting some speedy dry down and blowing that off. It turns 1 and 2 from LaJoy's car that might have been leaking fluids when he was broken on the backstretch, trying to limp his way back to the pits where he eventually ended up parking on the back straightaway. Teams are on the wall right now as if they may be pitting. There's a chance that they can make it to the end of the stage on fuel by pitting now, so this is probably a likely reason for why drivers will pit. It's going to be interesting, though. We've seen a lot of yellows in the early going of Stage 2. How that could play with strategy of this. Are these teams expecting more cautions to come out? Here comes most of the field, if not everybody, to pit road. Logano stays out, but the rest are in.
Is a popular decision to come to pit road.
Cindric also stays out.
And we'll watch Kyle Larson in that 5 car. The talk has been more about what the lines the other drivers are using versus Kyle in the car because he likes it. It looks like they will take tires on that. 4 tires, Marty, for Kyle, or 2 tires, excuse me, for Kyle Larson, Marty.
Well, you talk about being on the edge. Kevin Harvick, Rodney Childers making the call. That was a tight exit there. Fuel only for Harvick. That track position could work out, Parker.
And there's the same call from Martin Truex, just fuel only as they watch there. The other teams are doing it. It looks like he kept the lead on pit road.
So fuel only for Truex, Harvick, Almirola, Bubba Wallace. Kyle Larson took 2 tires. Kurt Busch also no tires, as well as most of the top 10. 2 drivers stayed out of the pits completely of Joey Logano, Austin Cindric. Pretty much everybody else came in to at least top off. It's going to be asking a lot out of these tires if we do have a long green flag run in this stage. But nobody inside the top dozen on this next restart will have 4 tires. Everybody battling for track position. Truex won the race out of the pits. But these are going to be the first laps he will not be leading today. Try by clicking the arrow by the race name. That's just the arrow that takes me to last week's race. Yeah, it has nothing to do with that at all. Should be able to click at the bottom. I don't know if you guys can see it on your screen, but there's like a, I mean, where the caution flag is at the bottom with the checker flag on it. Should be able to click that, and it should take you right to it. But it's not doing that because for whatever reason it's not available right now. Or go to home, which I've done a bunch already, and where it says live leaderboard, click live leaderboard, it takes you to this screen. And then underneath where it says results and lap averages, usually raw feed will be right here. In blue, it's like a link. Click on the link and that takes me to the leaderboard. Felix Smokes 420 Daily, welcome to the stream. Watching Kurt today and listening to you. Yeah, Kurt Busch's Videotron, or in-car, here's Corey LaJoy first.
That happened earlier in the day and I wasn't around anybody. I just thought that I wasn't pushing into gear hard enough or whatever the case may have been, and racing hard in the restart to underneath the 21, and I tried pushing it down to third, and it just got hung in between fourth and third, and I literally just locked both rear tires up so they weren't turning, and I hate that a couple other guys were involved, but I want to take a look at that thing and make sure that doesn't happen again. That was a weird thing, the first thing we've had all year with the transaxles, so it's been a tough stretch, and I feel bad for my guys. It's been a tough little stretch after trying to follow up another good week from last week, but it wasn't meant to be. We'll get them next week.
Disappointed Corey LaJoy. Back-to-back DNFs for him. Thanks for everybody tuning in so far today. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. For those of you watching the live commentary live stream today, sorry for no leaderboard. Fortunately, we are having issues with the raw feed on NASCAR's website on a consistent basis. Comment in the chat down below if the raw feed is working for any of you guys that are near your phones. But you have to go to the NASCAR website, because if you go to the app, it's probably working. I haven't tried going to the app on my phone yet. Yeah, it's working on my phone. It's not working on the website. I think the last couple times it was down like everywhere. But it's definitely not working on the laptop. Or on their website specifically. Problem is though, I can't show you guys on my phone any more than what the leaderboard we currently have on there is showing, which is only the top 10 at a time. And the interval between them. So 3 cars total stayed out. Logano, Cindric, and Buescher. Joey Logano, Austin Cindric, they pitted at lap 73 for 4 tires. That was the stage break. Chris Buescher pitted during the Kyle Busch spin caution for fuel only. That's why he stayed out. So he's on a little bit different strategy compared to everybody else in the field. And obviously Cindric and Logano are on different strategies compared to everybody else that just pitted. First car on 4 tires under the pit stop that we just had during this caution was Cole Custer back in 19th. Reddick also in 20th with 4 tires. But the top 18 either took 2 tires or fuel only during that last stop. Logano elects the outside lane for the restart. It'll be Chris Buescher on the inside of row 1. Inside row 2 will be the guy who's dominated the day today, Martin Truex Jr. On the outside of him will be Austin Cindric in row 2. Green flag going to be back in the air. The 17 car gets a little squirrely in front of the 19 on the start. Nobody going to take it 3 wide into turn 1, at least inside the top dozen. Logano easily going to be clear in the middle of turns 1 and 2 as the 17 of Buescher will be clear for second off the exit of the corner as well. Cindric, Truex side by side for third. Wallace got a little loose off of turn 2. 3 wide to the bottom goes Kurt Busch underneath him. And then the 10 of Almirola on the outside. Larson dive bombs into turn 3. 3 wide behind Kurt Busch, who backs up in the middle of the corner, giving the 10 of Almirola the run on the outside to clear the 23.5 and the 45 on the front straightaway. Larson and Kurt Busch side draft each other. Bubba Wallace gets to the outside lane. 3 wide now on his teammate as well as Larson down low. Ryan Blaney, Christopher Bell side by side behind them for position. Larson way down on the apron, going as low as he can off turn 2, almost into the inside wall. He drove it so low off the exit of the corner. Wallace will clear both Busch and Larson down the back straightaway. Larson stuck on the bottom now. Christopher Bell to the outside of the 5 car. All battling inside the back half of the top 10 right now. Wallace back to the inside of the 10 of Almirola, almost making contact with him off turn 4. Larson drops finally in line on the outside lane. 3 wide further back in the field. Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Eric Jones, all drivers that took 4 tires. Elliott up the middle making some passes. Bold move on both Reddick and Briscoe that time. Ross Chastain trying to get around the 18 of Kyle Busch. He'll get to the outside. Still driving and racing outside the top 15 are those drivers. Elliott back to the middle lane again. And it squeezes between Kyle Busch and Ross Chastain. Almost got into him as Busch had to lift off turn 4, which almost caused another wreck. Chastain and Elliott side by side into turns 1 and 2. Elliott is going to get around Chastain and clear him off the exit of the corner. Elliott is driving to the front on these 4 fresh tires, though. I'll give him credit. He's already back inside the top 15. Trying to show if the tires are more important than track position or not. I think the drivers that took 4 tires are probably surprised at how many drivers took 2. But I will say Elliott is definitely making it work. Put NASCAR in the front of .com. That's the raw feed link that is working for you. All right, I'll try that. Mike Nodine, welcome to the stream, by the way. Thanks for that. Let's see, NASCAR.com. I mean, that takes me to here. Where's the raw feed link at, though? Because this just takes me right back to the homepage where I usually am. And then I click, oh, hang on, follow live leaderboard. It's still not working for me. I don't know. It is not working on my end. Martin Truex Jr. still has not made his way out of the third place position, despite, I think, clearly being the fastest car in the field. He's trying to get around the 17 car of Chris Buescher right now for second. He is within a second of race leader Joey Logano still following the restart. Chase Elliott, by the way, up to 12th. On the inside of turns 1 and 2, trying to roll past the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin on the outside getting a run on the 20 of Bell. Bell going to pull up. He gave Hamlin a lot of extra room, a little bit, maybe too much room. Might affect his corner entry into turn 3 a little bit lower than what he probably wanted to run. Elliott down low underneath Hamlin. Can't clear him off turn 4. They're side by side on the front straightaway. Meanwhile, at the front, it does seem as if Chris Buescher is slowly closing in on race leader Joey Logano. Buescher wasn't really close to Logano position-wise prior to the caution. Logano was in the back half of the top 10 when he stayed out. Buescher, I don't even think was in the top 15, at least that I know of. But he's keeping some sort of a pace with the 22 right now. Truex better get around the 17 quickly because Kevin Harvick in the 4 is closing in on the 19 of Truex, now having a 3-car battle for second place. Truex to the inside of Buescher in the middle of the corner, not going to be able to get around him. Harvick's going to have a run down the back straightaway as he ran the outside through the corner. Truex still on the inside of the 17 car. He's going to try to drive it in deep. Slide job incoming for Martin Truex Jr. Will he clear the 17 of Buescher off the exit of the corner? No, he will not. Still side by side. No, he does. Never mind. Clear. Off turn 4, Truex to P2. Needed to do that quickly with Harvick closing in behind. That's going to put him and give him a little bit more breathing room from the 4 car, who is still trying to get around the 17 of Buescher. And Truex now trying to run down Joey Logano for the race lead. Chase Elliott gets around Hamlin and Byron, moving himself up to 11th. Byron, Hamlin side by side for that 11th place position, right behind the 9 of Elliott. And Byron should be able to clear the 11 this time off turn 4 and does. Moves up. Hamlin cuts down. Hamlin now at the crossover to the inside into turn 1. Didn't seem like he was very committed going in. And he is still going to gas it up at a decent point. Not quite going to be able to clear Byron off the exit of turn 2 as NBC goes to a commercial break. They'll be battling for position right now. Full field running order during stage 2. Currently, Joey Logano leads by 0.7 of a second over Martin Truex Jr. in second. Chris Buescher's in third. Kevin Harvick 4th. Austin Cindric is 5th. Bubba Wallace in 6th. Kyle Larson 7th. Kurt Busch in 8th. Eric Almirola in 9th. Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10. Chase Elliott up to 11th. 13th is Denny Hamlin. William Byron 14th. Ross Chastain 15th. Blaney back to 15th. Tyler Reddick in 16th. Allmendinger 17th. Keselowski 18th. Kyle Busch 19th. And Briscoe is 20th. Daniel Suarez in 21st, Cole Custer in 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, 24th is Austin Dillon, Harrison Burton 25th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. first car lap down is 26th, Justin Haley 27th, Todd Gilliland 28th, 29th was Michael McDowell, J.J. Haley 30th. Cody Ware 2 laps down at 31st, and then everybody else behind them out of the race, 32nd, Corey LaJoie 33rd, Ty Dillon, Josh Malicki 34th, Alex Bowman 35th, and B.J. McLeod will finish last in today's race. 5 drivers out. We have had 5 cautions total, 4 for incident, including a stage break. So far today, make that 4 cautions. 4 cautions for incident. Or sorry, 3 cautions for incident, 4 total on today's race. I did see that at least on NASCAR's homepage on the website. Click the calendar first. I don't know if you're telling me because it absolutely works or if you're telling me like just to try something different. Schedule. I mean, it's still taking me to the same spot, and if it's still down, then it's obviously not going to work. I mean, I'm on the calendar. Ambetter 301. There's no link from here to go. Got the live feed to pop up. I'm still not getting it. I'm not getting anything. Cut and paste? Cut and paste what? NASCAR.com? We're going to do it through the field pass.
Chase Elliott trying to track him down, Parker.
Right, Marty, we've all been marveling at this 9-car cutting to the field restart back in 22nd, and here if he makes this pass, we'll be up in the top 10 already. It's been very impressive. I was talking to Chase about this racetrack, and he said he's historically struggled at it. He said last night he was looking at the SMT data and noticed that his line was a little different than some of the other guys that have been successful here. He said in today's race, he wanted to adjust to what they were doing. I've been keeping my eye on, and I'd say that is definitely working, Marty.
Parker, you know how frustrating this racetrack can be, even for a three-time winner like Denny Hamlin. They've had a fast car all afternoon long, but they had a bad pit stop earlier, and he kind of came on the radio under caution a moment ago and went, ugh, I need my track position back. The car is strong, but they need to get up front and have clean stops the rest of the day, Kim.
Well, William Byron felt like this is a track where he really struggled, and that's why he ran the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Now, he learned stuff about the track. That doesn't necessarily help with the Cup car. Very different, and it's giving him some problems here this afternoon. He radioed a little bit ago and said it's bouncing really badly. Every little bump I hit, I feel like I'm going to wreck. Byron in the 13th position ahead of Ross Chastain, Parker.
And that's one car, Ross Chastain. We thought when we looked at the beginning of this race, starting 18th, he quickly cut through the field to get just outside the top 10. And I thought this would be another one-car day where they get themselves into the top 10 and maybe as high as the top 5. But since then, falling out of the top 10, they have struggled. That car has been too tight here as we got a battle for the lead.
And the 19 at Truex's caught.
Truex about 2 to 3 car lengths, maybe a little less than that behind Joey Logano as they battle for the race lead right now. Truex finally going to get to the inside off the exit of turn 2 as he runs side by side with the 22 into turn 3. Kevin Harvick still stuck behind Chris Buescher. And Truex just has such a strong car that he is able to pass anybody. Clears Joey Logano off the exit of turn 4. Truex back out in front. Just shy of the halfway mark at stage 2 and about 30 laps shy of halfway in today's race total. So Martin Truex Jr. looking to pull away now from Joey Logano in the field. Well, there's this screen. I mean, this isn't the raw feed. Live leaderboard odds. I can't show you guys that. I'll probably get copyrighted if I show the camera. It's flag status, caution, lap 94. It's not even like updated right now. I don't see raw feed anywhere on here. Yeah, the website's just down right now. Well, it's not down, but the raw feed is. It's just not available. I'll keep trying the same way I usually do because I know I've had problems with this already this season. It randomly pops up during the middle of the race. We just haven't been able to have that so far today, so I'll try to keep at least the top 10 of the leaderboard on the right side of the screen right now. Yeah, and Chase Elliott just made a pass on Eric Almirola for 9th place. Elliott inside the top 10 on fresher tires than everybody else. Of course, he did have a fast car before that because he was 4th at the end of stage 1. And now because Harvick is still struggling to try and pass the 17 of Chris Buescher, Kyle Larson starting to close in on a 3-car battle now for the 3rd place position. Harvick lost the nose of his car in line behind the 17 in 3 and 4 that time, and he lost another little bit of a gap to Buescher, and has to try to set him back up again if he can get close enough first. Kyle Larson in the 5-car. Looking to the inside of Harvick off of turn 4. Not quite going to stay to the inside. Larson tried to diamond the corner off that time before hooking the bottom off the exit. Ross Chastain, Denny Hamlin battling for 12th right now. Chastain behind. Denny Hamlin is in front. Chastain looking to the bottom. Denny Hamlin runs the middle lane, maybe trying to squeeze Ross Chastain just a little bit. Chastain to the inside. Hamlin got a little loose off of turn 2. That's going to scrub a little bit of time off. I don't know if he got the wall or not. Chastain rolls the bottom. Hamlin up high. Off the exit of turn 4, Chastain is clear. And we'll be able to make a clean pass on Denny Hamlin for 12th place. No scuff mark on the right rear or the right side of the 11 of Hamlin, so I don't think he got into the wall, but he definitely did get loose off turn 2, which allowed for Chastain to keep the momentum on the inside and pass him for position. Kyle Larson battles again, looking to the inside of Harvick. Harvick trying to do the same thing as Hamlin, kind of run that middle lane on entry, squeezing the car on the bottom. Side by side off the exit of turn 4, though. Larson, on the inside. Still hooking the white line with the left side tires in the middle of 1 and 2. And he is not quite clear off the exit of the corner. Harvick again holds on to the outside. Austin Cindric, who took no tires to get track position up to 6th place right now, is actually starting to close in on both Larson and Harvick as they continue to battle. Larson is finally going to clear Harvick for position, but now he's going to have to try to get around the 17 car the same way. And if he doesn't do it quick enough, Harvick may be able to battle back on the 5. Sean Derriman, welcome to the stream. Think Harvick has a chance to win this one. I think he does. He was my pick to win today's race. He's been in the top 5 all day. He's a little bit off, it seems like, especially when you consider the fact that Truex is able to pass both Buescher and Logano on older tires where Harvick has not. Harvick talking about on the radio that he's a little loose right now. NBC on a full screen commercial break. Currently your running order in stage 2. Martin Truex Jr. leads by 2.3 seconds over Joey Logano in 2nd. Chris Buescher is in 3rd. Kyle Larson 4th. Kevin Harvick is 5th. Austin Cindric 6th. Kurt Busch 7th. Chase Elliott 8th. Bubba Wallace 9th. Christopher Bell is 10th. Ross Chastain in 11th. Eric Almirola 12th. Denny Hamlin 13th. William Byron 14th. Tyler Reddick is 15th. Ryan Blaney in 16th. 17th is AJ Allmendinger. Daniel Suarez 18th. 19th. Kyle Busch and Brad Keselowski is 20th. Chase Briscoe in 21st. Cole Custer 22nd. Austin Dillon 23rd. Eric Jones 24th. 25th is Harrison Burton. He's the last car in the lead lap. Justin Haley in 26th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 27th. Ty Gillen 28th. Michael McDowell 29th. J.J. Yaley 2 laps down in 30th. Cody Ware 3 laps down in 31st. And everybody behind Ware in the running order is out of the race, with Corey LaJoie finishing 32nd. Ty Dillon 33rd, Josh Bilicki 34th, Alex Bowman 35th, BJ McLeod 36th. Rounding out the field. Hey, the raw feed's available now. Okay, thank goodness. I just looked. Raw feed is available, and you guys will be able to see the leaderboard now on the left side of the screen for the rest of today's race. Something about rain delays at the start of a race. Again, that's the 3rd time this year. And that seems to lead into issues with NASCAR's website and having the raw feed available for whatever reason. But regardless of the fact that it's up now, and you guys will get to see the top 30 as they run, as well as other race statistics as usual, lap times, last lap speed, their best lap overall in the race, any different lead changes or leaders we have in the race, as well as cautions and what the incidences are exactly for. Dark Crypto, welcome to the stream. need to make the races shorter. I think the race is going by pretty good right now. We've had a few cautions in the early going, but considering that the race has only been on for about an hour and 15 minutes, I think they're pacing pretty well. As long as it's 3 hours or less, I don't see any problem with it, with race length. Briscoe starting to fall... Buescher starting to fall back a little bit. He's lost a few positions. Once Kyle Larson was able to get around him, so was Harvick and Cindric, and now Kurt Busch looking to get around the 17. I will say for Logano and Cindric, I'm surprised Blaney didn't stay out with the Penske Fords, considering the fact that two of them did. And I think after looking at what Logano and Cindric are able to do, still inside the top 5 after staying out, and Buescher finally starting to fall off, but probably doesn't have as strong of a car, especially when you look at the fact his teammates outside the top 20. Chase Elliott already up to 8th. He'll probably get to Buescher in the next lap or two. The 17 car falling back. Kurt Busch has cleared Buescher for 6th. Denny Hamlin has fallen back to 14th after losing a spot to Chastain a few laps ago during the commercial break. He has gotten passed by both Byron and Almirola. Kevin Harvick going all the way down to the bottom of the track. This is the replay of him getting around Buescher. He kind of hugged that blue and white line all the way through the corner. Probably got to be a lot harder to do that on older tires, as most of the field is, considering they did not pit for tires during the stage break itself, except for the guy who has made the most passes since the restart, Chase Elliott in the 9. He's slowly trying to get himself back up in the running order. I'm not sure that that is necessarily going to pay off when you look at the fact that he is up to 7th now, but was in 4th at the end of stage 1. If more cars would have ended up hitting pit road, though, I think that would have benefited Elliott. That's right, you are at the race. Hopefully you're enjoying it, Derek. Hopefully you enjoyed the Xfinity Series race yesterday as well, if you were there for that race. 3.5 seconds. Truex Logano is the difference between 1st and 2nd. Logano stayed out of the pits. Truex went fuel only, though. Logano had a top 10 car, though, when he stayed out of the pits also, so maybe that is also kind of correlated into him staying in 2nd. Kevin Harvick starting to figure his race car out just a little bit more again, as he has fought right back up to the 5 of Larson, despite Larson passing and starting to pull away from him about 20 laps ago. Harvick shoots the gap to the inside of Larson, and like the flip of a switch, Harvick's car starting to come alive as he clears Larson for 3rd place off turn 4 with ease. Like and subscribe again for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Yeah, I did hear Gregson and Castle got disqualified. Had a few people mention that in the chat so far today. I didn't get to watch like any of the race at all, though, so I have no clue how fast their cars were prior to that, if it was like noticeably quicker than the rest of the field. Kevin Harvick's closing in on Logano too. And in fact, the last 2 laps, Kevin Harvick was faster than race leader Martin Truex Jr. Whatever the issue is, though, with the 4 car, for whatever reason, on the longer run, he continues to try to run the field down, as he did back at stage 1, which resulted in a top 5 finish despite qualifying 10th, and a much shorter stage at that as well. And now we're above 70 laps into this stage, with everybody pretty much on the same tires they had to start stage 2 off with. And he is only 4.3 seconds off the lead. And even Joey Logano the last couple laps has been quicker than the 19 of Truex. I'm not sure if Truex is trying to pass a lap car that he maybe can't get around, and that is resulting in Harvick and Logano slowly running him down, whatever the case is. They're closing in on the 19 slowly but surely, and there is still 30 laps to go yet in Stage 2, so there is definitely time for those drivers to run Truex down. Yeah, I finally got the raw feed to work. After constant refreshing throughout the course of the race today, everything is back to normal as far as the live commentary goes. Truex maybe a little bit more even on speed compared to the 22 and the 4 the last 2 laps now, as it's still a 3.8 to 3.9 second difference between the 22 and the 19. Caution's out. Ryan Blaney is in the wall. Off of turn 4. It looks like he's got pretty good damage to the left rear corner panel. So Ryan Blaney has backed into the outside wall, bringing out our 5th caution of the day with about 30 laps to go in Stage 2. More problems for the 12 car today, resulting in this issue. Waiting to see if he had contact that resulted in the spin or not. The damage is definitely mostly from him hitting the outside wall. Because when the camera cut to the 12 car, he was backwards with the left rear against the wall. That was the end of it with the impact. It looked like he just lost it. He was on the outside lane in the middle of turns 3 and 4. And the car went around backwards into the wall. It's got a bit too loose. Mark DeMars, see you in the chat. I think you were in the stream earlier, but welcome. Yeah, my must-have picks are definitely not looking like they're... Well, Chastain's back up to 11th. I'm going to pump the brakes on saying anything about him having a not-so-good day. He hasn't been as great as I thought he would, at least in the early going, but we'll see if he can turn it around. Ryan Blaney, on the other hand, not quick at all. And it's weird because he was faster than Cindric and Logano in practice and qualifying yesterday, yet he is the one that is a lot slower in today's race comparison to those other two. Remember, Fantasy locks at the end of Stage 2 for those of you in the Fantasy League. And if you're not in the Fantasy League, make sure to join on the mobile app or website. Go to the Fantasy portion, Fantasy link at the bottom. Sign up with your email. It is free to join. Join KRC League. KRC in all caps, capital L on League. I'll put it in the chat below. So KRC League, join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023. If you win the regular season or playoff championship, automatically qualify for the playoffs as long as you're in it when the playoffs begin. Cars are on pit road.
And Kyle Larson struggling to use the line he wants. He says, I can't exit high, can't lean on the right rear. I'm just slipping, guys. Kevin Bender says, okay, we'll give you an air pressure adjustment, tires, and fuel for Kyle Larson, Marty.
Boykin, since they made the pit crew swap here on Kevin Harvick's race team, they have been near the top every week. They delivered +3 spots on the last stop. They're going to hope to deliver more here, Parker.
Right, Marty, and this is why you gamble for Joey Logano, getting that transition up to the picture to keep it now. Pitting for the second position was getting a little loose there, and Martin Truex is also getting too loose. He keeps the lead off pit road. Logano.
Martin Truex Jr. wins the race out of the pits. Daniel Suarez takes 2 tires, and he will jump up 13 spots and get the restart in second alongside the 19. Everybody else took 4 tires on pit road that time. Not a lot of changes in position on pit road for the most part. Big ones at that. Caution's going to bunch the field back together so a driver like Chase Elliott can maybe capitalize on it after finally getting that track position back inside the top 10. He's got a huge opportunity to go for more positions on the restart, which have been pretty wild today, and definitely the biggest passing opportunities throughout today's race. In a couple laps, we'll be halfway in today's race, so might as well get this out now. Tonight's trivia question on our live commentary live stream is this. Jeff Burton has won more races at New Hampshire, or at least tied for the most wins, than any other driver in NASCAR history. He has 4 wins at the racetrack. He not only won from the pole, but he also has started from further back than anybody else in the field. What position did Jeff Burton start at when he won further back in the field than any other driver in Cup Series history at New Hampshire? Again, what position did Jeff Burton start at as far as winning further back in the field starting position-wise than any other driver in NASCAR history at New Hampshire? Jax, welcome to stream. Smart pit strategy by Logano. Yeah, it definitely panned out for him. He's going to be restarting probably in row 2. Now, if I'm Daniel Suarez, knowing that the inside hasn't taken off well and considering you have older left side tires than everybody else around you, I would personally start on the outside behind the 19 car. I think that would be the best case scenario for Daniel Suarez. And if I'm his spotter or his crew chief, I would tell him that. I don't know that that will be the case. I feel like he's still going to start on the bottom, but I would start on the outside. So I don't think he's going to take off well on the bottom. A lot of drivers haven't. And with his older tires and everybody else with fresh tires around him, he's just going to get blown around on the restart. I'd be shocked if he takes off well down there. But at least on the outside, you're already there, and the risk of losing many positions is out the window, and hopefully you can get a good launch in line behind the 19. At least get the second on the restart, potentially. Sarah Seams, welcome to the stream. I have not seen the correct answer yet. Never mind, I have. Rich Masterson has gotten today's trivia question correct, 38th. Thanks for joining the stream, Rich. First I think I've seen you in the chat so far today. That is the answer. Green flag back in the air. Martin Truex Jr. with a great launch on that outside lane. Daniel Suarez stacking everybody up 3 by 3 on the back straightaway now all of a sudden between Suarez. Oh, and Bubba Wallace locking the brakes up into turn 3. Almost got in the back of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Just kept it off of him. Suarez holding up the 2 of Cindric in the middle lane. We've got trouble at the back of the pack. The 14 car is spun and we have another caution. I missed the very initial start. Sorry for that. I was looking at the chat. Eric Almirola might have also been involved with his teammate. Tough break for Almirola after finishing 7th at the end of stage 1. 7th, 8th. He was top 10 at the end of stage 1. Hasn't quite looked the same in stage 2. So it sounds like Eric Almirola's car is stuck in 3rd gear right now, and he really can't get it out of gear. So a transmission issue of some sort with the 10 of Eric Almirola has dropped him towards the back of the lead lap.
Are these...
Good catch by Bubba Wallace. Good job that he didn't run into the back of Elliott when they were 3 wide in front of him with him locking the brakes up. Briscoe had spun after contact with the 41 of Cole Custer. Briscoe was down on the apron with all 4 tires in the middle of the corner, and Custer was pretty much on the white line. Contact the left side door of Custer's car, and with the 14 of Briscoe. Briscoe lost control. Everybody missed him in the middle, turns 3 and 4. Both the RCR cars of Tyler Reddick and Austin Dillon had to go down to the apron to miss Briscoe off the exit of the corner. Real Baron, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Almirola only in third gear right now, having an issue. Tough break. He's running so good. Full screen commercial break. Again, just past halfway in the races entirely today. And we're probably only going to have right around 20 laps to go on the restart in Stage 2. Truex leads the way. He's led 130 laps. All but 17 laps led so far for Truex. All but 25 laps led, excuse me. I was looking at 147 to go, and I was looking at that when I did my math. The only two drivers to lead today are Logano and Truex, and Logano only got there because of taking... I should say not even pitting at all. During a pit stop early in Stage 2, 25 laps into the stage when a caution had come out. Corey LaJoie had wrecked into Harrison Burton. Michael McDowell was also collected in that accident. He's kept the track position and is currently in second following that restart. Suarez is not going to be in the top 10 on the restart this time. That definitely didn't pan out for him. I think Chase Elliott making up that ground on fresh tires shows that tires do matter. But you're probably going to need more cars to stay out of the pits, or at least not take tires on pit road if you're going to actually have that track position strategy pay into effect. We haven't seen a circumstance yet where only a handful of guys stay out and the rest pit for 4 tires. The last time 3 drivers stayed out of Buescher, Logano, Cindric, everybody else that pitted took either 2 tires or no tires. And the drivers on 2 tires were all restarting outside the top 10 anyway. So if you're going to stay out, you definitely need at least a few other drivers to stay out with you. Which is kind of luck of the draw at that point. Ethan Weeder, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I'd say that too. Chase Elliott on a mission to win a title. Almirola transactional issues. Yep. He has pulled into the garage, so I can't confirm that. Eric Almirola done at least for now. Tough break. He's going to lose a lot of points. He was 42 points out of the cutoff line coming into today's race. He's going to lose even more. That's not even counting if we get a winner below the cutoff line today. Truex, Harvick on the front row. Green flag back in the air. Truex on the outside. Harvick on the inside. Truex gets another great launch on the restart. A lot of potential 3-wide battles going into turn 1 as a lot of cars went to the bottom simultaneously, cutting each other off. 3 wide in the middle of the pack off the exit of the corner as Cindric fights up the middle between Elliott and Larson. Elliott had to lift to keep it off the wall off turn 2 as he got passed by both cars, and now it's Christopher Bell underneath them in 3 and 4. Truex clear by about 3 or 4 car lengths on Joey Logano in second, who will clear Kevin Harvick for position off the turn 4. And Kurt Busch will now maybe take a look to the inside of Harvick, not quite. Big block by Suarez, still trying to hang in there on just those 2 right side tires that he took during his pit stop. Elliott, Cindric get by on the outside. Kyle Larson going to do so as well off the exit of the corner. Christopher Bell not going to get to the outside of the 99. Suarez pulled up right in front of him going into turn 3. Great crossover by Bell to get to the inside and clear him. And now also gets to the inside of Kyle Larson off the exit of turn 4. Now drops in line behind him. Couldn't quite stay underneath. Kyle Busch, Chris Buescher battling for position. Busch inside the top 15 for the first time today. Up to 13th on the restart. And Bubba Wallace has really fallen back. He's in the 12th place position after running second at the end of stage 1 in the entirety of that first stage. He's lost track position, and his car is not handling the same in traffic right now. Suarez still stacking up the outside lane in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Byron, Busch, and Jones behind him. Wallace on the inside of the 24 car trying to pinch him behind the 99 of Suarez as much as he can. 3 wide off the exit of turn 2 now with Suarez up high. Byron in the middle. Wallace to the inside. Nearly contact between Byron and Suarez on the back straightaway. It's going to be tight in a battle for 11th into turn 3. Battle for 10th, actually. They're going to clear Suarez. Wallace is going to be clear of Byron off the exit of the corner, and Kyle Busch will get around Suarez off turn 4 as well. Kyle Larson underneath Austin Cindric now inside the top 5 as they battle. 6th place, actually, as Elliott had gotten around Cindric a couple laps after the restart when initially Elliott had to lift and give up his position. Truex has 1 second ahead of Joey Logano at the front of the field currently. Kevin Harvick is in third, 1.4 seconds off the lead. Kurt Busch at 4, 2 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott 2.7 back in 5th. Kyle Larson at 6, 3.4 off the lead. Christopher Bell to 7th, 3.7 back. Austin Cindric 3.8 back in 8th. Ross Chastain back inside the top 10. He's 4.5 seconds off the lead. And Bubba Wallace is in 10th, 4.9 seconds off the lead. That's the top 10. 24 laps to go. Stage 2. Lap 162 of 301 overall. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, live race commentary, realistic commentary for the real races on the race weekend, the video game races during the week. All in the hopes of hopefully getting in the commentating booth to commentate real NASCAR races in person down the road. Appreciate the support you guys have given me on the road to 3,000 subs as well on the side. Trouble off turn 4. Kyle Busch again has brought out a caution. And I don't know that he has damage this time or not, but Kyle Busch for the second time today has spun. First time was off turn 2. This time is off turn 4. And it looks like everybody else once again was able to miss the 18 of Busch. Oh, we got tempers. Keselowski and Austin Dillon under the caution. Keselowski just turned the 3 car in the grass going into turn 3 under the yellow. Pretty heavy damage right now between the 3 and the 6. So the 3 car actually took a swing at the 6, and then the 6 came back down right into the 3. This was all after the caution was out. They were on the back straightaway, and it led to contact all over the place going into turn 3. So Dillon kind of initiated it, and Keselowski made sure that he wasn't just going to take it. Keselowski's got a left front tire down, as it looks like he may have cut it after making contact with the 3. Looking at the replay potentially of what might have happened. First, Kyle Busch. Busch had the left side tires down on the apron off the exit of turn 4. He got loose. Looks like Keselowski and Reddick made a little bit of contact on the front straightaway trying to get to the outside. Keselowski, I don't know what happened with Austin Dillon and Keselowski on why they were upset with each other. Keselowski's probably upset at Dillon because Dillon hit him after the caution. I don't know why Dillon was upset with Keselowski to begin with, but they're both on pit road.
So I don't even know if he knows exactly why Austin Dillon maybe made that move down the backstretch at him. As you see, the team's going to put 4 new Goodyear tires on here. Probably check out that left front just a little bit to make sure it's okay. So make sure things all right here, but just 4 tires and it seems to be all right. Papers flaring.
Well, we saw a feud on the last flat track at Gateway between Chastain and almost the rest of the field pretty much, and now a feud here sparking between Austin Dillon and Brad Keselowski. Hopefully during the commercial break, maybe they can find out what the issue was between the two of them. But Austin Dillon, for whatever reason, upset with Keselowski, and Keselowski then further retaliated all underneath the caution period after Kyle Busch had spun off turn 4. Everybody was able to keep it off Busch a second time. And that was the second time Busch has spun out today. He was up to 12th right before he spun. That was as high in the running order as he has been. Now he's going to have to work from the back once more. Truex was in the lead when all that ended up taking place. Logano in second. They continue to stay out as they'll be looking for stage points in stage 2 as we'll get another late stage restart. Austin didn't see Brad. Maybe that was the case. That's almost what I'm wondering, too, if maybe he pulled up thinking he wasn't there, and then Keselowski's like, hey, wait a minute, and just overreacted. If that was the case, then Keselowski definitely overreacted, because he hit Dillon way harder than Dillon hit him. I mean, he ran him down into the grass in turn 3. After the contact, in return, of course, Keselowski ended up having a flat left front tire. Both cars had to go onto pit road, though, to try to make sure they could fix some damage. So they'll both be restarting at the back of the lead lap together again as well. Looks like they'll be 24th and 25th on the restart. Stay tuned after the race. Fireworks after the race. Yeah, between those two, potentially. We'll see. Maybe it'll come to blows before then. Should be interesting. You guys will be able to hear interviews from any drivers after the race today in our post-race show, as usual, with these live commentary live streams. Yeah, Dylan and Keselowski could be restarting next to each other. Yeah, still no clue. The booth has no idea why they were upset with each other, and according to the crew chief of the three, he doesn't know either. Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick on the front row Kyle Busch, Interstate Batteries car. Martin Truex Jr. restarting on the front row, green flag back in the air. Fanning out on the front stretch heading towards turn 1 is going to allow Bubba Wallace to go 3 wide underneath of Ross Chastain and Austin Cindric in the middle of the corner. Chastain got a good run off the exit. Wallace still 3 wide with Cindric and Byron now. Truex easily clear for the lead. Christopher Bell dive bombs underneath of Kyle Larson into turns 3 and 4 for 6th place side by side for 4th between Kurt Busch, Chase Elliott. Logano hopped out of the gas off turn 4. Couldn't keep up with Harvick. Contact between Kurt Busch and Chase Elliott as they battle behind the 22 of Logano. Still side by side between the 45 and the 9 as well as the 5 and the 20. Logano holding these guys up all of a sudden now off of turn 2. Elliott is right there behind Logano, but is pinched in line behind him with Kurt Busch on the inside. Logano kind of running the middle lane. A little bit off the bottom, a little bit off the top. Elliott with great acceleration off turn 4 gets to the outside of Joey Logano and will battle him now for 3rd as he easily clears Kurt Busch in the process. Busch going down low to try and get underneath the 22 car. Logano is going to cut him off. 16 laps to go at stage 2 currently. Way down on the apron was Kurt Busch. Got a little loose off the exit of the corner, maybe a little too low that time. Larson finally clears Christopher Bell. Will not go to the inside. Actually, he does. But he can't quite get to the inside of the 45 on entry. He will get underneath him, though, off the exit of turn 4. And now the 5 and the 45 are side by side again. But this time it's Larson on the inside and Kurt Busch on the outside. The last time it was Kurt Busch on the bottom and Larson up high. Chastain going to blow past the 20 of Christopher Bell. Works his way towards the outside lane as he drives it in deep into the corner to make sure he was going to clear. William Byron now gets underneath the 20 in the process, and he may drive it in deep into 3 and 4 to also get around the 1 of Chastain. Not quite going to do that, but he does stay underneath the 20 car. Almost into the left of Chastain off the exit of turn 4 as the 1 car may have struggled in getting back to the gas off the exit of the corner. He may be a little bit tight. Byron Bell still side by side, front straightaway into turn 1. And they are battling for 8th place. Stage points on the line for the top 10 in the next 17 laps. Actually, less than that now. 14 laps to go. Harvick is up to P2. He's 9/10 of a second behind Truex. Not many laps on these tires right now. Harvick's been better on the longer run. Byron squeezes Bell, and he's clear off turn 4 finally. Bubba Wallace in line behind both of these guys trying to pick up more stage points for his own, and Tyler Reddick behind Wallace in 11th. 4-car battle going on for 8th place between the 20, the 24, 23, and 8. 1 car slow coming out of the pit lane. It's Eric Almirola after having an issue in which his car was stuck in 3rd gear. He's going to be back on the racetrack, but he's going to be many, many laps down after running inside the top 10 for the majority of the day leading up to that mechanical issue. Byron's starting to slowly pull away from Christopher Bell while Tyler Reddick, Bubba Wallace are battling for 10th place behind Bell and getting held up by the 20 car. They're side by side on the back straightaway battling for 10th. Reddick hanging on to that left rear corner panel of Wallace down the back straightaway. Not as much side force on these cars, so even though the side draft is still available, it's not as strong as what it was with the Gen 6 cars. Reddick can't even stay alongside Wallace that time. Denny Hamlin has passed Austin Cindric. Cindric has fallen way back after this last restart. Ryan Blaney, after spinning it back in the left rear corner panel into the wall, is up to 14th. Still got some pretty good damage on that left rear corner panel right now. He hasn't really been inside the top 10 except for on restarts at all today. So kind of impressive that he's made the car right back up to about where he was running before, but we'll see if he can capitalize any further beyond that point. Harvick a little bit faster than Truex the last 2 laps. He's cut the lead down to about 0.8 of a second. 10 laps to go in the stage. Martin Truex Jr. leads, Kevin Harvick in second, Chase Elliott third, Joey Logano fourth, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 5. Regis Duckworth, welcome to the stream. He's a Byron fan pulling for Willie B today. Looks like he's also pulling for Chase. Maybe you're a Hendrick fan then. Pretty even that last lap that time between Truex and Harvick, still within about 0.8 of a second of each other. Chase Elliott in third has also had a strong car today. He's 2 seconds off the lead, but not really closing on either the 4 or the 19. Harvick a little bit quicker this lap now than Truex. Down to 0.7 of a second is the difference between first and second place. So Kevin Harvick has made some adjustments to that race car, that Ford team in general has, and it seems like that gap between 19 of Truex and the rest of the field isn't quite as drastic as what it was before. We've had quite a few cautions today, so Harvick's long run speed hasn't come into effect too much, but he's still hanging on to second, with it being hard to pass on this racetrack, that even though he doesn't have as good of a short run car, he's still able to hold on. Truex 0.2 of a second quicker than Harvick that last lap. Harvick may have had an issue in turns 3 and 4 in which he had bobbled. He's been running the bottom more often than not, but he has now moved to the top side 2 straight corners. 6 laps to go this time by for Martin Truex Jr. Was just listening to Parker Kligerman talk about Truex, talk about how this feels like old school Loudon, and he said he wasn't quite sure what he meant by that. Harvick sliding off of turn 4, still probably dealing with a loose race car like he was earlier in the day, but obviously it's not as bad as what it once was. Battle for 20th going on right now between Brad Keselowski, Austin Dillon, Justin Haley. Keselowski and Austin Dillon, of course, had some tempers flaring underneath the last caution flag during the yellow conditions. Chris Buescher in the 17 car right behind them as well after running in the top 5 early in the stage, staying out of the pits, but he has fallen way back. Harvick back to within 0.7 of a second again. Outside of that one mistake he made a couple laps ago, Harvick has been just a little bit quicker than Martin Truex Jr. on the last couple restarts. Truex just gets such a great launch compared to everybody else on the restart, whether it is the car on the bottom or the car on the outside of row 2. They get alongside of each other for a couple laps and allows Truex to get that gap. And in this instance where we didn't have many laps to go in the stage, it seems as if he is slowly pulling away. Or pulled away enough to where even though Harvick's starting to run him down just a little bit, he doesn't have enough laps to get there before the end of stage 2, it appears. Half a second now is the difference between Truex and Harvick. 2.5 laps to go, probably down to 2 to go at the line this time by. Chase Elliott is a little bit slower than Harvick and Truex. He was 2 seconds off the lead with 10 to go in the stage, is now about 2.2 to 2.3 seconds off the lead. Harvick now a little less than a half a second behind Martin Truex Jr. Will he have a chance to get there? They're going into turns 3 and 4 right now, and they'll be coming to the final lap of stage 2 this time by. Truex running the middle lane through turns 3 and 4. Harvick a little bit higher than him, maybe allowing him to get a bit better of a run off the exit of the corner. Final lap, 1 and 2. Harvick to the middle now this time, kind of diving in the corner off, sweeping towards the outside. But he's not completely diving in the corner off because he's staying wide once he gets there from the middle of the exit of the corner. He's not chopping the car back down to the bottom again. 3 car lengths behind Truex into turns 3 and 4. Truex going to protect the bottom. Harvick drives it into the bottom, back to the top, and stays there again. So he's kind of half diving in the corner off. Green, white, checkered flag in the air again. Martin Truex Jr. will win stage 2 like he did in stage 1. Domination. Kevin Harvick second, Chase Elliott third, Joey Logano fourth, and Kyle Larson rounds out the top 5 in stage 2. Kurt Busch in 6th, Ross Chastain 7th, William Byron 8th, Christopher Bell 9th, and Bubba Wallace will all receive stage points in the second stage of the race. Action-packed second stage today at New Hampshire. 116 laps to go into the final stage at the Magic Mile in the Ambetter 301. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Just over 260 people watching right now. Guitar Mike, welcome to the stream. Guys are going to be hearing some pit stops going on and listen in to the pit reporters on what adjustments may be being made with the cars at the top portion of the field. Seems like the drivers who, on speed, have the capability of winning this race would be Truex, Harvick, and Elliott. But I would say Truex is definitely the class of the field. The 4 car has closed that gap quite a bit, and he's kind of right there with them, at least at the end of stage 2 on speed. Chase Elliott just a little bit further behind those guys on speed, but he is far enough ahead of pretty much 4th on back. So those are definitely going to be the 3 to keep an eye on in this final stage. Anthony Jones, welcome to the stream as well. As far as the results in stage 2 and where the spotlight drivers are running, the 2 must-haves of Ryan Blaney and Ross Chastain. Chastain is in 7th, having a good day so far. Ryan Blaney back in 14th, struggling, actually spun back into the wall. He's trying to come back from that right now. Going into these next set of pit stops, the 2 don't-haves that I said would not have top 10s at the end of the day, at least, or not have good finishes, were Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson. Larson is in 5th. Hamlin is just outside the top 10 in 12th. And then the 2 drivers who I had on the sleeper picks were Eric Almirola, Kevin Harvick. Almirola many laps down after having a mechanical issue with the gearbox as he was stuck in 3rd gear all the way through. Currently, Almirola, I believe, is 31st. He's 16 laps down after having the gearbox probably changed to that race car. His car's stuck in 3rd gear. The other sleeper pick is Kevin Harvick, and obviously he's having a great day. He is 2nd. It was also my pick to win today's race. Nasty Ass Zeus, welcome to the stream. Check Demarat, welcome to the stream. Just sub, nice commentary, thank you. Yeah, definitely like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Live commentary on the weekly for the Cup Series, except for races I go to in person. We'll be live next week with live commentary at Pocono.
Stops, can they take the lead? Kim.
And Kyle Larson needs help on exit. He says, guys, the exit's not as good as it was earlier in the race. I can't lean on those right rears. They take a tear off there. You see they make air pressure adjustments. They'll give him 4 tire. Oh, a little slow there. Little trip on the right front of that. So a little bit slower, Marty, on the 5.
Full stop on the 5.
You mentioned Harvick's pit crew has been outstanding today. He told Rodney Childers the air pressure you had there was way better, not nearly as tight as I was at the end of stage 1.
And Chase Elliott has fought back from that loose wheel. That looks like a solid 4-tire stop for him. And Martin Truex Jr. will keep the lead, thinking the car just got a little too free at the end of that stage.
So Martin Truex Jr. wins the race off pit road. Chris Buescher took 2 tires and is up 17 spots to 4th. Problems with Austin Cindric as it looks like his tires come off on pit road. He is trying to back it into his box. Problems for the two. He'll fall outside the top 15 now. As NBC goes back to a commercial break. Take a quick break here for a second. I'm going to go down and refill my water. I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit, so we don't want that for the rest of the stream, and I'll be back in a moment. All right, I'm back. I'm really hoping I don't lose my voice by the end of this race. They are currently showing the race-winning lobster that goes to the winner of today's race of tradition at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Thing is gigantic. William Byron, Van Regis, welcome to the stream. Want to see Ryan win? I do too. HO3G11, welcome to the stream. Wouldn't mind seeing anyone in the top 6 win. I think there were a couple cars that stayed out of the pits, potentially. I could be wrong. It's showing Harrison Burton and Chase Briscoe on the top 2 right now on my leaderboard. Kyle Busch is also out of the pits. Now, Kyle Busch pitted for tires on the second to last caution of actually the last caution of the stage, considering the fact he had spun, had to come back down on the pit road, change tires. So he only really has about 15 lap older tires on the rest of the field. So we'll see how the track position will work out for Busch. Yeah, I saw that right before I left. Scott Dixon won today at Toronto. Somebody said Joseph Newgarden earlier, and then somebody else also said, who else they say won? I saw Newgarden, I saw Alex Rossi. Neither one of those two were right. Several cars stayed out. Yeah, I lead for 2 seconds and I miss. Who stayed? Well, I mean, I saw the pit stops. I didn't realize anybody stayed out. So Harrison Burton, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Busch, they all hit pit road during the Kyle Busch spin accident on the same lap on their tires. They have, as far as green flag laps go, about 15 lap older tires on the rest of the field behind them. Green flag in the air. Harrison Burton elects the outside lane. The 14 of Briscoe down low. Busch on the outside and Truex on the inside of row 2. Briscoe got the launch on the inside to get by the 21. Remember, Burton's got damage from an earlier accident. He is obviously not panning out well. Truex is up to second off the exit of turn 2, and Kyle Busch will have to fall in line behind Burton. He's stuck with the 21 car. I guess Truex couldn't quite clear Burton off turn 2 like I was thinking he was going to. Chopping off the bottom on corner entry for Truex. Still can't get around the 21. The race is going to be to see who will get to the 14 car Briscoe first of those cars that pitted for 4 fresh tires. 3 wide in the back half of the top 10 between Larson, Chastain, and Bell going into turns 3 and 4. Larson clears him. Now Bell up the middle. Chastain on the bottom. Almost squeezes Bell into the side of the 24 of Byron, who was then on the outside. And still Harrison Burton holding on strong on the outside of veteran Martin Truex Jr., dominator of this race. Truex finally clears him off of turn 4 for second. Chase Elliott's going to be the first driver behind Truex on fresh tires to get to the inside of the 18 of Busch. Kevin Harvick right behind them. The 19, the 9, and the 4 are definitely the 3 fastest cars in the field today and are all going to be competing for the win in the final stages. We have just over 100 laps to go. Elliott will not be able to clear Kyle Busch on the outside off the exit of one of these corners of the 21 right in front of the 18 on the outer lane. Chase Elliott's going to clear Kyle Busch now, and he can't quite get around the 21 of Burton either. Kyle Busch going to go to the inside, hopping out of line, thought better of it. Not going to take it 3 wide into turn 1. He'll stay behind the 9 of Elliott. Kevin Harvick gets around Busch on the outside, trying to get a drive off, clears him. Now looks to the bottom on Harrison Burton, likely going into turns 3 and 4 as he's going to try to pass him for 3rd place. Burton stays high, Harvick down to the bottom, hooks the white and blue line all the way around the corner. Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain battling for position. We've got contact. Hamlin has moved Chastain up the track. Denny Hamlin moves Ross Chastain up out of the way. Chastain going to drive it in deep into turns 1 and 2, trying to get back to the 11. They're side by side off the exit of turn 2 with each other. Chastain down low, Hamlin up high. Hamlin's probably not going to make this easy. They were both inside the... Well, I think Hamlin's outside the top 10, but Chastain was at 7th when that last caution came out. Hamlin was in 12th. Chastain must not have had a good restart, and then somehow Hamlin caught back up to him and moved him up out of the way there. Martin Truex Jr. has finally closed in on the 14 to Chase Briscoe. They're nose to tail into turns 3 and 4 for the lead, while simultaneously the 1 and the 11 are side by side for 15th for position. Truex to the outside of Briscoe. That's going to allow him to complete the pass much easier off turn 4. Truex is there. He'll lead that lap at the start-finish line by inches over Briscoe. Hamlin still stays clear of Chastain now off turn 4 himself. And Truex clears Briscoe off turn 2 for the lead. Chase Elliott, 0.7 of a second behind those two. Truex had to make quick work of it, and no quicker way but then to get to the outside of another car at this racetrack, especially one that you're faster than, and that was the case there. So Chastain went down to the apron to block the 11 of Denny Hamlin in the middle of the corner, and that's where Hamlin ran into the back of him. Hamlin went down to the apron to get into the corner. Chastain went down to the apron just to block, and Hamlin moved him up the racetrack, and now Chastain is struggling to get back around the 11, even though it seemed like he was holding him up just laps ago. Chastain on the outside, Hamlin down to the bottom. As of right now, Hamlin was able to clear him a couple corners ago. About a car length and a half difference between the 11 and the 1. Now Suarez to the inside of the 1 of Chastain. Chastain chops him off in the middle of the corner. Suarez had all 4 tires down below that line separating the apron from the actual racing groove of the racetrack again. No contact there. Suarez had to hop out of the gas and let the 1 go in front of him. Harvick has gotten around his teammate Briscoe for 2nd place. 3rd place, rather. Elliott actually got around him for 2nd moments ago off camera. Hamlin to the inside of Briscoe, who took, I keep saying Briscoe, Buescher in the 17. Who took right side tires only during the pit stop. He was the only driver that pitted and took 2 tires. Everybody else that pitted took 4. And then 3 of them stayed out of Kyle Busch, Harrison Burton, and Chase Briscoe. Harvick is about 2.3 seconds off the lead in the 3rd place position, but the long run speed is where the 4 car's been at his best. Will he get a long run now as we have 99 laps to go? And still 1 more pit stop guaranteed between now and the end of the race. These drivers are not going to be able to make it on fuel to the finish. No wins for Martin Truex Jr. at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. He has led 913 laps and counting including 170 and counting today. Led 96 laps at the start of the race, and Logano led for a little bit. And then Truex, after regaining the lead from Logano, led for about another 68 laps. And 7 consecutive laps led and counting now for Truex since taking the lead away from Chase Briscoe a few laps ago. 9/10 of a second, the difference still between Elliott and Truex. Elliott's keeping pace, at least with the 19 car. He's not really losing him, but the 19 isn't really pulling away either. Caution's out for the nighttime today. The 38 of Todd Gillen has spun in turns 3 and 4, and that will be the cause of the yellow. So Todd Gillen has spun, bringing out the caution flag. Free pass is going to go to Austin Cindric in the 2 car, it looks like. So 96 laps left right now. It's going to be interesting to see who will pit and who will not. It is very close on field to the end of the race as of the timing of that yellow. Denny and Ross playing Chase Good joke, right? I would FedEx him a pile of crap. Welcome to the street. Oh, I don't know why I said welcome to the street. That's not a channel name. That should be, though. I'd feel bad for the delivery driver on that one. That would not be a package worth handling. Leaders are coming in right now. Will this be the final stop? Some of them staying out.
A couple gamblers. Kim.
I think Kurt Busch
and
stayed
heard
out.
on the radio of Chase Briscoe, they said we're right at the fuel window, so MVP. We'll see what that means. Chase said he was struggling for rear drive. Looks like MVP means 2 tires only, Marty.
Boy, Kevin Harvick made the call here for 2 tires at fuel to hopefully. Oh, and a tire.
Oh, contact Austin Dillon, Kevin Harvick on pit road.
Sideways in his pit stall, Parker.
Right in for Chase Elliott. It's 4 Goodyear tires. You saw there for the 19 of Martin Truex. Just fuel on that 19, as James Small told him. This is right at the edge of our fuel window. We'll see how it plays out for them. Oh, 2 tires for Truex.
Trouble for Kevin Harvick on pit road again. As he
Harvick was leaving his box as the 3 of Austin Dillon was coming in. And they had the 18 of Kyle Busch pitted in the box between those 2 cars. So it made for a pretty tight exit as it was for Harvick. Backward style pit stop for the 3 of Dillon. Luckily, nobody was hurt in that, pit crew wise. And that probably costed Harvick, considering the fact that he took 2 tires, was likely going to gain a little bit of time, ended up losing a bit of time. And because he did not take 4, that may hurt Kevin Harvick. Truex won the race out of the pits, but 3 drivers stayed out. Kurt Busch, Joey Logano, and Cole Custer all stayed off of pit lane. They will have to pit for sure before the end of the race. The rest of the field, it's going to be interesting to see if they pit or not from now to the finish. Tires have been huge this race. Somewhat middle of the pack more so than the front of the field. Front of the field is where the clean air definitely seems to matter. But if you're back in traffic on 4 tires versus somebody not on 4 tires, then you can definitely pass them pretty quickly. So we'll have probably just over 90 laps to go by the time they take the green flag. How many more cautions are we going to get today? If any at all. Maybe this is going to be it to the finish and we have a fuel mileage race. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. 276 viewers currently watching today's race and counting. 4 straight races of 600 viewers watching these live race commentary streams so far. We'll see if we can get that streak to 5 today. Hit that like button as well. Only 129 likes on the stream. But almost 300 watching. Road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races in real life down the road, as well as road to 3,000 subs as far as this YouTube channel as of right now. Tom Hart, welcome to stream. At least one more caution, maybe 2, he says. I'll put a poll in the chat real quick. How many cautions? I'll go back to that in a little bit. Green flag is about to wave. Kurt Busch on the outside. Joey Logano on the inside. Logano spins the tires on the restart. Truex looking to the inside. 3 wide. Harvick instead is going to get underneath the 19, who didn't take off well behind the 22 car. Truex is caught in the middle lane in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Larson going to get in front of him. Harvick is going to clear him off of turn 2. And Truex has lost now a couple spots on the restart. He's got some fast cars in front of him, as well as the drivers who stayed out of the pits. Chase Elliott to the outside. He'll get around Truex in the middle of the corner. Truex is struggling to get back to the outside. He forces the 14 car up. Now he's got Kyle Busch underneath him with the 20 of Bell right behind him. Swarm of cars all around Martin Truex Jr. as he has lost spots on the restart. 3 wide with the JGR Toyotas of Busch, Bell, and Truex as they all get inside of Kevin Harvick off the exit of the corner. Bell trying to rocket himself forward. 3 wide further back. Bubba Wallace, Ross Chastain, Chase Briscoe. Keselowski in the mix right behind them. Wallace going to clear both Chastain and Briscoe. Impressive move by the 23 car to move up to 11th. Just like Bell was able to make the pass for 7th in a similar fashion on both Harvick and Kyle Busch a little bit ago. Half a second lead between Kurt Busch over Joey Logano at the front of the field. Cole Custer 9/10 of a second off the lead in 3rd. Kyle Larson in 4th, about 1.2 seconds off the lead, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5. Contact off turn 4. Harvick, Truex. Truex pulled up clear of Harvick quickly. Chopped the nose off of the 4 car. The 18 goes to the bottom of the 4 of Harvick now in the middle of turns 1 and 2, trying to make a pass after the 4 stacked up. And Kyle Busch is going to be clear off the exit of the corner. Busch inside the top 10 for the first time today, and 9th after spinning not once but twice. This is as aggressive, I think, as I've ever seen Martin Truex try to race, with trying to clear cars off the exit of turn 4 twice now. He's aggressively tried to clear cars, making contact in the process. Kyle Busch now looking underneath the 19 of Truex, who's stuck in traffic behind the 24 of William Byron. Drivers who have not won yet this season, who are inside the top 10 currently, would include Cole Custer in 3rd, Christopher Bell in 6th, Martin Truex Jr. in 8th, Kevin Harvick 10th. 4 drivers in the top 10 looking for their first win to punch their ticket into the playoffs in 2022, as long as we don't get more than 16 different winners. Chase Elliott battles to the inside of his teammate Kyle Larson for position. He's going to pick up the spot. Christopher Bell has been picking up a lot of spots since this restart already. Passed his teammates just a little bit ago. Already has gapped them by about 0.8 of a second. He gets to the inside of Larson, following the line that Chase Elliott had made to get around the 5 car of the corner before. Bell is going to clear Larson in the middle of the corner, and he's all over the back bumper of Elliott now in the back straightaway. Martin Truex Jr. falling back a little more. Bubba Wallace has gotten around him on the inside. Kevin Harvick gets around him on the outside. Some sort of an issue with the 19 that costed him 2 positions that corner, and Truex is now outside the top 10 for the first time today. I wonder if they may have went the wrong way on that last restart, or last caution, as far as adjustments goes. Truex was the class of the field up until that last caution, but maybe a wrong swing of adjustments, and he has gone backwards since the restart. After winning the first 2 stages, leading 173 laps, that car is just not the same. For whatever random reason right now. He's battling Harvick for the 10th place position right now. And even Harvick, who was second when that caution came out, is back in 10th. And probably had the second fastest car right behind Truex. Actually, he was in third because Chase Elliott was in second. But only Elliott of those original top 3 are still in the top 3, or really still above 9th. Chase Elliott's in 3rd place, and he is a little bit quicker than both Logano and Kurt Busch, who stayed out of the pits in front of him. Elliott got around Custer, who also stayed out of the pits just a couple laps ago for that 3rd place position. Christopher Bell, just a couple tenths behind Custer's, likely going to try to get around it for 4th now as well. Elliott's slowly getting away from Bell after Bell was battling him for position. Now Elliott's less than a second off the lead as he closes on the back bumper of Logano into turns 1 and 2. Chase Elliott on an absolute hot streak right now, as he has won 2 of the last 3 races, 3 straight top 2 finishes, won both stages in the race on a super speedway at Atlanta last week. Dominating fashion, led the most laps. Kurt Busch trying to hang on for right now. NBC going with a NASCAR non-stop commercial break. Again, Kurt Busch is in the lead. Joey Logano in 2nd. Chase Elliott in 3rd. Cole Custer 4th. Christopher Bell is 5th. Kyle Larson 6th. Kyle Busch 7th. Bubba Wallace 8th. Kevin Harvick up to 9th. And William Byron is back to 10th. Denny Hamlin, Ross Chastain battling for position right now. Hamlin on the inside, Ross Chastain on the outside. These 2 had a little bit of contact with each other a little earlier on in the day. Hamlin clears them off the exit of turn 4. Chastain all over the back of the 11 car. And Chastain back to the outside again through turns 1 and 2. Hamlin on the bottom. Chastain a little bit too wide that time. He had the right side tires about a tire length ahead or on the outside of the black asphalt, the darker asphalt in the middle of 1 and 2, which is the primary groove. You get high above that and you're pretty much in the marbles struggling for grip, and that was the case for Chastain that last time. Just went a bit too wide and overdrove the corner. Brad Keselowski's rallied after having an issue with Austin Dillon at some point and struggling for a large portion of the race today. He qualified inside the top 10, fell outside the top 20, is now back up to 12th. Actually right in front of Hamlin and Chastain. William Byron's fallen outside the top 10. Now Truex is passing for the 10th place position. He's trying to work himself forward. Chase Elliott's still trying to get around the 22 Logano. While simultaneously Logano is holding off Chase Elliott, he is closing in on Kurt Busch. 0.3 of a second, the difference between Logano and Busch. Top 3 altogether within 0.7 of a second of each other. Cole Custer's in fact been a little bit faster than Kurt Busch, back at 4th over the last few laps, as well as you'd have to imagine Christopher Bell in 5th. Same case. So Kurt Busch is starting to fall off even with the clean air right now. No lap traffic and obviously leading the race. 76 laps to go for Busch at the line currently. Brandon Snyder, Nikoloff, welcome to the stream. Cody Ware's going to win. He's a few laps down. At least a few. Juan Pedro Alves Barreto Morgan, welcome to the stream. He's rooting for Joey. Michael Hassler, welcome. Hopefully Bubba has better luck today and the rest of the season. He's been in the top 10 all day. He was 2nd at the end of Stage 1, 10th at the end of Stage 2, currently in 8th. Definitely his best run of the season so far. And maybe he'll get his best finish along with that as well. Well, I guess considering he finished 2nd in the 500, he'd have to win if he gets his best finish of the season. Kurt Busch running more of the middle lane through 1 and 2. Logano on the outside. Chase Elliott went to the bottom that time. All running 3 different lanes of each other. Trying to get as much clean air, I'm sure, as possible. Same thing in turns 3 and 4. Logano leaves that bottom open. That's the only real passing lane right now for Chase Elliott, because he knows if Elliott gets to the outside, then Elliott's likely going to be able to blow around him on corner exit. Kyle Larson, Bubba Wallace battling for the 7th place position. How about Kyle Busch up to 6th? Where has he come from today? 2 spins. He was outside the top 15 almost all day, and what a Kyle Busch-like day to get that car back inside the top 10 after driving terribly. Let's talk about it being really loose so many times, and obviously it's probably why he lost control twice off corner exit on 2 different areas of the racetrack, turn 2 and turn 4, all on his own without any contact or help. Ryan Woods, welcome to the stream. 2 faves are 1 and 2. Kurt Busch, Joey Logano. They have both been in the sport for a while. Fuel window's 85 to 90 laps. We went green with about 91 laps to go, and they pitted for fuel at about 95 to go under the caution. So it's going to be a very, very close fuel mileage race if it does stay green to the finish. We've had fuel mileage races at New Hampshire in the past. Remember back in 2010, or I think it was 2011, Clint Boyer won the spring race on fuel mileage, getting around Tony Stewart late. And then simultaneously, the next time around, it was complete opposite. Not simultaneous, where Tony Stewart won the fuel mileage race over Boyer getting around him late. It might have been 2010 and then 2011 the next year Stewart won. I know Stewart won the 2011 race because that was the first race of the Chase en route to his championship, winning 5 of the 10 playoff races that year. Elliott just still trying to get around Logano on the bottom, unable to do so. As the tires fall off, we've seen more and more passes on the long run, so if it does stay green to the end of the race, I think Elliott's got the car capable enough to get around Logano and Kurt Busch at some point, as long as he doesn't use his tires up too much right now. Christopher Bell was able to pass Cole Custer during the side-by-side commercial break for 4th. He's 1.8 seconds off the lead and about a full second behind Elliott. Kurt Studios, welcome to the stream. Chase hasn't led a lap yet. No, he's been in the top 5 for most of the day, but he just hasn't led. And with Truex and Harvick, who have been up inside the top 5, and Truex, of course, leading a lot of laps throughout the course of the day, that is led for more opportunities for other drivers to compete for the win. Harvick in 8th, Truex in 9th, over 5 seconds off the lead. And after Logano trimmed that gap on Kurt Busch down to about 0.3 of a second, he hasn't quite gotten close enough outside of that. He's been consistently about 2 to 3 car lengths behind him, not capable of trying to make a run on him to potentially battle Kurt Busch. And I wonder if some of that is just because he is maybe more worried about Chase Elliott. I'm not sure if that outside lane, as high as Logano's been running, is maybe his preferred lane. Ross Chastain, Brad Keselowski battling for position right now. There was contact a couple laps ago between the two where Chastain had gotten into the left rear of Keselowski. Jeff Burton's talking about Ross Chastain's aggressiveness for the second week in a row. I think it's fair to say that Jeff Burton is not a big fan of Ross Chastain, which, when you compare the driving styles of the two, Jeff Burton, one of the cleanest racers of his time. So him watching Chastain race probably infuriates him enough to light him up on the broadcast on a week-to-week basis. Take a Bush, don't care which one. Logano's starting to gap chase Elliott just a little bit, and Elliott's got a mirror full of Christopher Bell. Top 4 within 0.9 of a second of the lead at New Hampshire with just 67 laps to go, as this race is heating up on this long green flag run. About 25 to 30 laps. I guess not too long at this point. And again, fuel mileage could be an issue before the end. So despite how hard these guys are battling, you can definitely tell the guys at the front of the field are not saving fuel. Also remember that Logano and Kurt Busch stayed out. They will definitely have to pit to the finish no matter what. So they're banking on another caution, causing the rest of the field to have to pit also. So with Bell and Elliott battling right now for position, side by side, Almirola was on the inside trying to stay out of the way. He's slow after a mechanical issue earlier in the day. Took the line of both drivers away, but they got by cleanly and still side by side. Off of turn 4, now Elliott's clear, holding off Bell for the time being. So Logano's closed in on Kurt Busch. There's nose to tail for the lead. And nose to tail A few car lengths back of them for third is Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell. Bell again looks low. Couldn't get around him in 1 and 2, 3 and 4. He'll try to do it again. Elliott, the middle lane, trying to pinch Bell down on the racetrack a bit. Bell hooks that white line on the bottom of the racetrack and off the exit of turn 4. Side by side, and again ducks in line behind Elliott. Not rubbing, you're not racing. Says Rod G in the chat. Go for the win or play it safe on points. Oh, you go for the win. He scored a lot of stage points. Chastain scored some in stage 2, but not a lot. And Blaney hasn't scored any, and he came in second in points. I mean, you go for the win, but you don't want to risk wrecking the race car going for the win. Like, there's ways you can go for the win and not wreck the race car by stepping too far over the limit. And again, Elliott and Bell are in the best position to win this race if it does stay green, knowing they have more fuel in their car than Kurt Busch and Joey Logano, who will definitely not be able to make it to the end. Full field running order with 62 laps to go right now. Kurt Busch leads this race by 0.2 of a second over Joey Logano in second. Chase Elliott in third. Christopher Bell fourth. And Cole Custer rounds out the top 5. Kyle Busch in 6th, Bubba Wallace 7th, Kevin Harvick 8th, Martin Truex Jr. won the first 2 stages and led 173 laps today, is in 9th, and Kyle Larson is 10th. William Byron in 11th, Denny Hamlin 12th, 13th is Brad Keselowski, 14th Ross Chastain, 15th Chase Briscoe, Chris Buescher in 16th, Daniel Suarez 17th, AJ Allmendinger 18th, 19th is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Ryan Blaney is 20th. Austin Cindric 21st, Eric Jones 22nd, Tyler Reddick 23rd, Austin Dillon 24th, Justin Haley 25th. Harrison Burton 26th, Ty Gillen 27th, Michael McDowell 28th, JJ Haley is 29th, last car in the lead lap. Cody Ware 3 laps down at 30th, Eric Almirola 17 laps down after a gearbox issue at 31st, and everybody from 32nd on back is out of the race. After being involved in accidents today, Corey LaJoie 32nd, Ty Dillon 33rd, Josh Bilicki 34th, Alex Bowman 35th, and BJ McLeod rounds out the 36-car field. One last look at our spotlight drivers so far in today's race. Before the end of the race, 2 sleeper picks of Kevin Harvick, Eric Almirola. Harvick is in 8th, has competed for the win throughout the day. He's got a little bit of work to do in this final stage if he's going to want a shot, but he's still inside the top 10. Great run for the 4-car, one of his best of the season. And unfortunately, Almirola, who was in the top 10 all day leading up to the issue in which he had the car stuck in 3rd gear, has costing him a good finish, and he's going to end up finishing outside the top 30 if nobody else DNFs. The 2 must-have picks, Harvick also was my pick to win today's race, but the 2 must-have picks, Ross Chastain and Ryan Blaney, they have struggled in the final stage. Chastain picked it up a little bit in stage 2, getting stage points, but is now back to 14th, and Blaney has struggled all day. In fact, spun, backed it into the wall at one point in time, and now he has fallen back a little bit in the 20th place position. The 2 don't-haves, who I had at least finishing outside the top 10 at bare minimum, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin. So far, I'm right. Larson back at 12th, Hamlin in 11th. Larson was top 10 all day, but he's really fallen back after this most recent restart. During the side-by-side commercial break, Chase Elliott had passed Joey Logano for position. The 20 of Christopher Bell runs the 22 car up the track off turn 2, trying to squeeze him behind the slow Cody Ware 51 car. And that is going to allow for Bell to finally complete the pass in 3 and 4 as he clears Joey Logano for 3rd. Logano got a little loose off the exit of the corner. Bell needed to get around him quick as he was starting to lose the 9 of Elliott. And now Elliott closes on Kurt Busch, trying to keep his hot streak alive. He is all over the back of the 45 car for the lead with 57 to go. Elliott looking low off turn 4. He is there. Contact! Off turn 4. Kurt Busch, Chase Elliott. And going into turn 1, Elliott sends it down the bottom of the track. He runs wide into Kurt Busch. He leans on him. More contact in turns 3 and 4. It's twice Elliott has gotten into the side of the 45 car in about a lap. Still can't clear him. And if he takes too long to clear him, the 20 of Bell's going to be right there. Elliott all the way down to the bottom, rolls the inside, all the way along the white line, can't clear Busch again. Bell is closing from behind. He's loose off turn 4, driving the wheels off his car, trying to catch the top 2. Elliott might be racing a little too hard to get around Busch, knowing that Busch is shy on fuel at the end of the race. If it stays green, but needless to say, he's taking too much time while running side by side with Busch, and now Bell is within about a car length or 2 behind the top 2. Elliott slides on the bottom. Off turn 4. Clear. Finally has gotten around Kurt Busch for position. Bell trying to figure out a way to get around Kurt Busch as he rolls to the bottom of the track. He clears the 45 car. He's underneath the 9 of Elliott. Can't stay alongside. Quick pass by Bell to get around Busch. Great move. He's up to second and is only about a car length and a half behind Elliott for the lead. Second a year ago in New Hampshire is Bell. One of his best, if not his very best racetrack on the NASCAR circuit. 3 for 3 in his Xfinity Series career and wins at this track. And he's trying to go for a cup win now, his second of his career and his first of the season, which would punch a ticket to the playoffs. Came in just 19 points ahead of Harvick today, and Harvick's had a great points day. Just as good as Bell, so that gap is still probably tight between the two. Dire win right now for Bell. Elliott is on the outside on a consistent basis right now, trying to make Bell get to the inside of him and pass him down there. Elliott gaps Bell that last lap, especially through turns 3 and 4. 0.3 of a second is the difference between P1 and P2. Meanwhile, on the track, Kyle Busch has lost 3 positions over the last handful of laps to Bubba Wallace, Kevin Harvick, and Martin Truex Jr., dropping Kyle Busch back to 9th. And Wallace is just a couple tenths behind Cole Custer, who stayed out of the pits on a little bit older tires right now. So he'll be battling him for 5th, I'm sure, shortly, if he isn't already. Those guys are a little less than 5 seconds off the lead, though. Couldn't believe he was 17-1 for how well he runs here. Who's that exactly? Chase Elliott? There's no way Chase Elliott was 17-1. Maybe Christopher Bell, was he 17-1? That'd be some pretty good odds. I don't know how low he was on the site I usually bet on. I had Harvick at 12-1. But I felt confident with that. I never put money on the underdogs unless they're my actual pick to win the race. So that was the case with Harvick today. Well, Wallace being held up behind Cole Custer for a few too many laps, and Kevin Harvick starting to close in. These guys are gapping Truex just a bit. They're about 0.8 of a second ahead of him for now, at least. If they take too long to pass Custer, I'm sure Truex is going to be right there too. Harvick a lot wider through turns 1 and 2 than Wallace that time. Wallace tried to go to the bottom to get underneath Custer. He's a little too far back. Middle of the corner, Wallace slips up the track in the dirty air behind the 41. Probably just over driving the car, trying to get around Custer as quick as possible, seeing the mirror full of the 4 of Harvick behind him. Harvick to the inside, Wallace up high. Harvick slips in the middle of the corner, almost got into the left rear corner panel of Wallace with that slide. Harvick's had a loose car throughout the course of the day today. These guys are really using up their stuff as much as possible as it is time to go. Chase has won several races on fumes. The only one I could ever remember Chase Elliott winning on fuel mileage was Watkins Glen. 2018, his first career win. I don't really remember him winning any other fuel mileage races. Christopher Bell hasn't been in a position to win a fuel mileage race before. Again, Kurt Busch, definitely not going to make it. Neither is Joey Logano or Cole Custer. So drivers 3rd through 5th in the running order definitely won't be able to make it from now to the end of the race. So that would slide Bubba Wallace up to 3rd as far as the running order after those guys pit. That would slide Harvick up to 4th, which is another reason why that battle between Wallace and Harvick is so vital right now, because it could be for 3rd at the end of the race. And if Elliott and Bell run out of gas battling each other too much, running at a quicker pace than those guys 7+ seconds behind them, could be a battle for the win between the 23 and the 4, and both are without a win this season. Truex, who's behind them in 8th, also without a win. Bell in 2nd on the actual track as it is right now without a win. He's within 0.4 of a second behind Chase Elliott on a consistent basis. He just can't quite get alongside the 9 car. 342 people watch right now. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. 150 likes on the stream so far. We're halfway to our goal. I was expecting perhaps more people to tune in today, but definitely hit that like button. We can still get to 300 if everybody watching right now does hit the like button. Helps these streams and videos out a ton on the channel with YouTube's algorithm. Bell finally got to the inside of Elliott through turns 3 and 4. He drove it in so deep, couldn't quite clear him off the exit of the corner. It's amazing how deep the 20 car ran that time. He's aggressively battling him. Great job keeping it off one another. Elliott now to the bottom, and that gave up the top side for Christopher Bell, who may get a run off turn 2. Bell nearly gets squeezed into the wall. Bell might have brushed the wall one way or another off the exit of the corner. Elliott slides in the middle. He overdrives it, and now Bell's underneath him off turn 4, but can't complete the pass again. Side by side for the lead. Door to door at the line. Elliott leads the lap as they barrel into turns 1 and 2. Bell on the bottom. Lap cars in front of the leaders right now of Todd Gilliland and Harrison Burton, a couple of rookies. Bell clears Elliott off turn 2 for the lead. 42 laps to go. Christopher Bell out in front. Bell is going to clear the lap car of Gilliland as well. Still got Harrison Burton in front of him. Elliott seems to be struggling with this car right now. He's sliding all over the place. I'd say Bell hasn't been as quick as the 9, the 4, and the 19 before the final stage, but for one reason or another, they have made the adjustments to that 20 car that he needed, and he has now put himself in position to try and win today's race and lock himself into the playoffs. For the second year in a row, New Hampshire could be a race in which a driver without a win late in the regular season could punch their way in with a win. Bell and Elliott both around the bottom lane that time on the apron through turns 1 and 2. 40 laps to go. The strategy basically Kurt Busch, Joey Logano, and Cole Custer are on is they're hoping a caution comes out from now to the end of their fuel stint before they pit, in hopes that when they pit, the rest of the field will come down with them, which is going to be interesting. Tires have mattered to a certain extent, at least when you're on extremely old tires compared to the rest of the field, and also you have to factor in that a lot of drivers, for the most part, have only lasted on older tires at the front of the field if other drivers stay out. So you're probably going to need another few cars to stay out of the pits if you decide to stay out if a late race yellow does arrive. Stephen McPeak, welcome to the stream. Chase, be careful. Yeah, Chase Elliott's struggling for rear grip right now. He's been sliding around a lot the last few laps, and that is what allowed Bell to quickly pounce on him and take that lead away. And now quickly, Bell, after taking the lead just 5 laps ago, is 0.9 of a second ahead of Elliott, running about 1/10.5 quicker than Elliott a lap. Elliott's still got about a 4-second gap back to Kurt Busch in third. Bubba Wallace, Kevin Harvick, Mark Truex Jr. have all gotten around Custer in recent laps, and Wallace has just passed Logano for 4th place, 9 seconds off the lead as well. Harvick and Truex right there behind Logano also. How much of the tires have been used up to 20 in the 9 and Bell as hard as they have been pushing during this run to give perhaps a late go for Bubba Wallace, Kevin Harvick, and Truex to close in, even though they're 9 seconds off the lead. There's only 36 laps to go. They're running out of time. Anthony Jones, welcome in. Karen Hines, welcome. Bell works for you. Kevin Harvick has passed Joey Logano. He got to the outside of him. Their turns 3 and 4, which allowed him to make an easy pass. Martin Truex Jr. dive bombs to the inside of Logano now through turns 1 and 2. Not going to quite clear him off the exit of the corner. They're still side by side down the back. Into turns 3 and 4. Truex deep down to that white line on the bottom of the track. And he is going to clear Logano off the exit of turn 4 for 6th place. Now his lap car with Michael McDowell in his way. McDowell pulls the bottom to let the top 10 go by. It's like Kyle Larson, Ross Chastain battling for 13th back and forth. And a battle for 9th going on between two Joe Gibbs Racing teammates of Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. All 4 Joe Gibbs Toyotas and both 2311 Toyotas are inside the top 10 right now. Great performance by that TRD camp today. Kyle Busch getting all 4 tires down onto the apron that time through turns 1 and 2. Hamlin ran a bit higher than him and got the run off the exit of turn 2. Busch went that low so he could get around McDowell as quickly as he did, but Hamlin also cleared McDowell off turn 4. And Kurt Busch is going to pit right now. So Kurt Busch will pit. And he is going to replace tires as well during this green flag stop. Remember, he was short on fuel at the end of the race, so the hope is that it stays green to the finish, and everybody has to pit. And if that's the case, then he is going to try to make up time on fresh tires. 10.7 second stop, really fast on that 45 team. It was a 4-tire pit stop. So he's got 32 laps on these tires. Just run him down as it hopefully stays green for his sake to the end. With him pitting, that's going to shuffle Bubba Wallace to 3rd, Kevin Harvick to 4th, and Truex to round out the top 5 right now. Going to another side-by-side commercial break. We'll keep our coverage going as of right now. Tyler Reddick getting a little loose off of turn number 4. Stays low enough for Bell to put him a lap down on the front stretch. Again, this could be a potential fuel mileage race to the finish. And I believe the pace of both Bell and Elliott have fallen off just a little bit. Because it does seem as if Bubba Wallace and Kevin Harvick are the 2 fastest cars on the track at this point in the run. And it could be possible they were saving their tires and saving their fuel maybe just a little bit, if any at all, early in the run when they lost that track position after all having kind of terrible restarts. Especially the 4 and the 19. 1.5 seconds is the difference between Bell and Elliott that time by at the start-finish line. Denny Hamlin is driving up now after passing Custer a few laps ago for 7th. Is battling Logano for 8th. 6th rather. Gets to the inside off the exit of turn 4. Drag race on the front stretch heading down into turn 1. Hamlin on the bottom, Logano up high. Logano starting to struggle for rear grip because similar to Elliott's car, he is dropping back. Only Logano has a little bit older tires than Elliott, so maybe it looks a little bit more drastic as he continues to lose positions. And even Cole Custer, who stayed out of the pits, as well as Logano, that last restart is starting to run him down. 3-car of Austin Dillon being shown. Oh, I think that's just because of an ad for his... I thought he was having an issue of some sort, and they came back from the commercial break. They're just showing him because he's got a reality series on USA Network. No, actually, he does look a little slow. And that's because he's coming into pit. So Austin Dillon will pit. I'm not sure if this is a scheduled stop. Thinking that maybe he's going to be well short on fuel as well as the rest of the field, so might as well pit now for tires. Interesting. Bubba Wallace, Kevin Harvick in heavy traffic right around Harrison Burton, Todd Gilliland, a couple rookies who had great runs last weekend at Atlanta. Not so great today. They've both been involved in incidents. Harvick, Wallace, 9.5 seconds off the lead. So as they are battling, they're actually starting to lose Bell. They were closing in a little bit until they got closer together with one another and they started battling each other for position. Wallace about 2 car lengths ahead of Harvick into 1 and 2 right now, 25 laps remaining. Over 400 people watching right now. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. 170 likes on the stream currently. Goals 300, 25 to go. Everybody smash the like button. We are ramping up for the finish, which is going to be very interesting. A potential fuel mileage race at New Hampshire. Who can make it? Who cannot? And who could steal the win today at the Magic Mile? Brad Keselowski rallying now to move inside the top 10 as he has passed a fading Kyle Busch late in this race. Busch back to 11th. Spent most of the day outside the top 10 regardless, but he got up to 6th and now has lost about 5 positions over the last 15 to 20 laps. Elliott over 2 seconds back of Bell for the lead. And you wonder if it's time to start saving fuel if you're Chase Elliott, because the gap back to Bubba Wallace behind him is about 8 seconds. Bell 1.7 seconds ahead of Elliott. And I wonder if Bell might have saved fuel that last lap. Benny Hughes, welcome to the stream. NASCAR Planet, welcome. Thanks for everybody who I have not shouted out at all today, who have just tuned in over the late closing laps of today's race, for tuning in. Looks like there are only 19 cars on the lead lap now. Eric Jones' first car lap down in 20th. These are the least amount of cars we've had on the lead lap so far today. This is the longest green flag run we have had today after going green with 91 laps to go. 70-lap green flag run so far. So this is as old of tires that these drivers have been having to deal with, as well as potentially trying to save fuel to the end. And I wonder if Christopher Bell's car is starting to fade now in the long run, much like Chase Elliott's and pretty much most of the field, I would have to imagine at this point, because Elliott is only about 1.7 seconds behind Bell when it was about 2.1 seconds behind him 5 laps ago. Bell a little bit quicker than Elliott that last lap. Lead to 1.8 seconds. Hasselhoff 2001, welcome to the stream. He's bowling for Chase Elliott. Natalie Carpenter, welcome to the stream, also pulling for Chase Elliott. Elliott's starting to lose Bell even more now. He's 2.3 seconds off the race lead. Cole Custer into pit from the top 10. He was in 9th. And he was one of the 3 cars that were well short on fuel at the end of the race. Logano is also going to be shy. He's still in 7th. Might have other drivers shy on fuel at the end of the race, but those guys are for sure shy. Custer's in. Taking at least right sides. Kurt Busch on fresher tires, going to blow around Christopher Bell. He's back on the lead lap in 18th. That is huge. Remember, Kurt Busch pitted with 32 laps to go from the 3rd place position to try and make up time on fresh tires when he knew He couldn't make it to the end on fuel because he stayed out during that last caution. Blaney. Bell almost making contact off turn 4 as Bell tried to put the 12 car a lap down. Another lap car down on the bottom holding Bell up a little bit more. Right rear tire came up off the 41 of Cole Custer's race car as he tried to leave his box on the jack drop, so a very slow stop on the 41. And this is probably going to cost him a top 10, even if the field has to all pit before the end of the race. Very, very costly penalty for Custer after having one of his best, if not his very best race of the season so far. Travis Tyner, welcome to the stream. Andrew Thompson, thinking Bell's got this. That battle between Bubba Wallace and Kevin Harvick, they're still within about a half a second of each other with 16 laps to go. In third, 9.1 seconds off the lead. Trying to put themselves in position if both Chase Elliott and Christopher Bell are short on fuel. I'd have to say if it comes down to a fuel mileage race like it's looking like it will be the case now, I think Bell has less of a chance of trying to win this than Chase Elliott because of the gap between Bell and Elliott is much shorter than the gap between Elliott in second back to Wallace in third. Elliott's got 7 seconds between himself and Bubba Wallace right now, where Bell is only 2 seconds ahead of Chase Elliott. 14 to go. 14 miles left for Christopher Bell to try and win this race. And again, knowing it's the longest green flag run of the race today, you just wonder if we are going to see a late yellow, especially with cars that have been pitting as of late. I'd imagine the later we get into the race today, a lot of the cars that are going to pit are probably going to end up pitting for fuel only. I'd be shocked if they don't. There's going to be not that many laps to go. It wouldn't be worth taking tires. With a little splash and go to try and make it to the end if they pit. Ross Chastain's made his way back inside the top 10. Kyle Busch still losing spots now back to 12th as Suarez has passed him this last lap as well for 11th. As well as with Custer pitting. Again, Logano's still going to have to pit before the finish. He's still hanging out there in 7th. He's just hoping for a caution that will bring more than just himself onto pit road right now. Brad Keselowski, William Byron battling for 8th place on the racetrack, right in line behind Logano for 7th. Keselowski clear. Well, he could have pulled clear of Byron, but he actually stayed low. He gave the 24 car a lot of room, maybe too much. Into turns 1 and 2 now. Keselowski still in the bottom, but he didn't hold the white line all the way through the corner, and that may allow the 24 car to clear on the backstretch. Not quite. Keselowski side drafting now. Now decides to go down to the bottom. Left side tires clipping the apron going into the corner. Slide job of some shorts here at New Hampshire. And Christopher Bell, 2.5 seconds now ahead of Elliott at the front of the field. He has really grown it out. Elliott maybe in fuel strategy mode. Bell has pulled away about 0.4 to a half a second ahead of Elliott over the last 4 or 5 laps. 10 laps to go for Christopher Bell. Be the 3rd different JGR Toyota to win this year. Be the 4th win for the organization this season. And try and do again, become the 14th different winner this season. Keselowski now battles with Joey Logano. Nine laps to go. I'd be shocked if Logano makes it on fuel. There is no way with him staying out of the pits during the last yellow he's going to make it. I'm surprised he's made it as long as he is, considering there's still 9 laps to go, and he did not pit that time despite Keselowski getting around him now. And Byron slipped up behind Logano. Ross Chastain will pass him for 9th. Daniel Suarez looking for a top 10 despite not really running there all day. Right behind his teammate Chastain. Chastain going to get around Logano in 3 and 4. William Byron going to do the same as he clears Logano off turn 4 as well for 9th place. Suarez to the bottom of the track in 1 and 2 on the 22. 3.5 seconds is a gap now between first and second. The only thing coming between Christopher Bell and a win today would be a potential caution or running out of gas in the closing laps. Bell's starting to pull away from even Wallace and Harvick again as well. He is the fastest car on the track. And despite not leading until 42 laps to go, he is in a dire situation to win this race as far as his points implications continue on throughout the rest of the regular season. Joey Logano still on the track, and I would think with Logano staying out of the pits during the last caution, if he has still made it, even though he's dropped outside the top 10, if he can make it on fuel, I'd imagine everybody else can make it on fuel. As long as they packed it full when they were last on pit road. I'm Christopher Bell's crew chief. I would be telling him to save fuel right now because he is now 4.5 seconds ahead of Elliott. He is... And Logano's in the pits right now, so never mind. Logano won't make it to the end. 4 laps to go at the line for Bell. Joey Logano will sacrifice at least a top 15 run. If nobody else has to pit, he'll go a lap down. Three and a half laps to go for Christopher Bell. It's been almost a season and a half since his last win, which was in the second race of the year at the Daytona Road Course last season. Again, the only win of his Cup Series career. Made it to the round of 12 of the playoffs last season as well. But needs to make it there this year if he's going to want to better that. TNT Strawberry, welcome to everybody who I have not shouted out in the late going to this race. Just over 550 people watching. 2 laps to go at the line for Christopher Bell. 5.2 seconds ahead of Chase Elliott. Needs it to stay green for at least another lap to get to the white flag. And he only needs a little less than 2 more miles of fuel left in the race car. Kyle Larson, last car in the lead lap, right in front of the 20. In the 14th place position. Bell to the inside of Larson. He's still running quick. So he puts Larson a lap down through 3 and 4. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go for Christopher Bell. 5.4 seconds. Bell had caught Elliott. He pulled away from him after passing him. And as he works his way off turn 2, he's just got 1 more corner to go. Into turns 3 and 4. Bell's got plenty of gas to make it and coast from here. Checkered flag in the air. Christopher Bell is a Cup Series winner in 2022, the 14th of which as he wins the Ambetter 301 at New Hampshire. Over 5 seconds back, Chase Elliott will bring it home in second. Bubba Wallace is going to end up finishing in third. Kevin Harvick, Martin Truex Jr. got around Harvick late. Truex finishes in 4th, and Kevin Harvick will round out the top 5. Denny Hamlin at 6th, Brad Keselowski 7th, Ross Chastain 8th, Daniel Suarez 9th, and Kurt Busch, who pitted late, came back to finish 10th. $591 people watching. Like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content, and stay tuned for post-race coverage. You'll get to hear all the interviews. Go through the full finishing results following the set of interviews that will likely be coming And Chase Elliott's hot streak continues, by the way. 4 straight top 2 finishes for him. Finishing second today. 5.7 seconds was the margin of victory between Bell and Elliott. Plenty of fuel to make it to the end for these drivers. I don't think it was as much of an issue as what we were originally thinking it was going to be. Nobody ran out except for the guys that stayed out of the pits during the last caution, which ended up in return, ended up being a bad call for those 3 drivers. At least Busch was able to get back inside the top 10 on those fresher tires at the end of the race, but still obviously costed him considering he was higher than that in the running order prior to the caution. Fifth time in NASCAR history in which, through the first 20 races of a NASCAR Cup Series season, we have seen 14 different winners. The parity between the field this season has been almost unlike any other. You'll get to hear from Bell here in a couple seconds, getting ready for his interview on the front stretch.
Some Hampshire fans, how about that? Welcome to the playoffs, Christopher.
Man, that one was much needed right there. So I'll tell you what, that was a hell of a race from my viewpoint. That was so much fun. Racing with the 45, the 22, and the 9. You know, we were all running different lines. That was a blast. Man, just so happy. So happy to be here at Joe Gibbs Racing. All partners on this number 20 car. It's good to get Ream back in victory lane.
So let's talk about coming into this race. You knew you were really good at this racetrack. You said one of my best racetracks. But when you were coming to celebrate, you said, I can't believe it. Why?
Just looking at all this, looking at all the crowd and winning cup races is hard. And you guys are awesome. Thank you for coming out. But it just seems like we've been so close. And then we've fallen off a little bit last week. And, you know, I was talking to my best friend, and I told him, I said, earlier in the year, I felt like we were right on the verge of winning. And then the last couple weeks, I felt like we were pretty far away. But here we are today.
There you go. Hey, I know you said in the past you're not super stoked about the lobster situation. You're going to be okay with it when it means you're in the playoffs?
I guess I'm going to have to be.
There you go. All right, we'll see if Christopher can enjoy the lobster in victory lane because they're in the playoffs. Joe Gibbs Racing, Christopher Bell, officially in.
Yeah, you entered this race. 13 cars finished on the lead lap today with that long 91-lap green flag run to the end of the race. Had a total of 7 different leaders in today's race for 9 different lead changes. And we'll go through those full field finishing results right now as NBC's going to a commercial break. Christopher Bell again wins by 5.7 seconds of his margin of victory over second place. Chase Elliott finished in P2. Bubba Wallace finishes in third. Mark Truex Jr. fourth. And Kevin Harvick rounds out the top 5. Denny Hamlin finishes in 6th, 7th place. Brad Keselowski, Ross Chastain 8th, Daniel Suarez 9th, and Kurt Busch rounds out the top 10. William Byron ends up finishing 11th, Kyle Busch 12th, Austin Cindric 13th. He was the last car on the lead lap. Kyle Larson first car lap down in 14th. Chase Briscoe finishes 15th. AJ Allmendinger 16th, Chris Buescher 17th, Ryan Blaney 18th, 19th was Eric Jones, Justin Haley 20th. Tyler Reddick 21st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd. Logano fell back to 24th after pitting there late. Ty Gilliland 25th, Harrison Burton 26th, Cole Custer 27th. He had problems on pit road when he had to pit as well. Michael McDowell 2 laps down in 28th, 29th was J.J. Yaley. Cody Ware 4 laps down in 30th. Eric Almirola 19 laps down in 31st after having an issue where he was stuck in 3rd gear, had to go into the garage, lost a bunch of laps. Corey LaJoie finishes 32nd. Ty Dillon 33rd. LaJoie through Dillon, LaJoie on back all DNF'd in today's race. So Corey LaJoie ends up finishing 32nd. Ty Dillon 33rd. Josh Bilicki 34th. Alex Bowman 35th. The BJ McLeod rounds out the 36 car field today. The current point standings going into the next race next weekend at Pocono has Ryan Blaney 105 points above the cutoff line, 15th on the playoff grid. Last driver above the cutoff line, Martin Truex Jr. Despite coming into the race today 8th in the regular season standings, he does not get the win he needed to secure a playoff spot. He is 68 points above the cutoff line. was having a pretty good points day, finishing 4th and winning the first 2 stages. Led 173 laps a day, but that final stage, they went the wrong way on an adjustment, plus a bad restart. Put it back outside the top 10, was able to rally back up to 4th there in the late going. Got around Harvick, in fact, those last couple laps for the 4th place position as well. Any more interviews, again, we will get to listen in. The spotlight drivers on today's race, the 2 drivers I had on the must-haves list of Ross Chastain and Ryan Blaney. Chastain did get a top 10 finish, 8th. I was right on that prediction. Blaney, I was wrong on the prediction there. Ended up finishing in 18th. Had a rough day. He was pretty much outside the top 10 all day. And on top of that, he had spun back to the left rear into the wall after losing control in stage 2. Definitely didn't help matters. Rod G, thanks for the $5 super chat right at the end there. Keegan, another great job covering today's race. Thank you. Thank you for watching, and thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it. Yeah, Bell went out there and he dominated the final stage. He was obviously the quickest car on the track at the end of the race, too. Even though Truex had dominated throughout the course of the race today, it was the 22 who made the right adjustments, and the 19 who did not. The 20 was successful. He is standing in victory lane right now, celebrating with his crew, his family. Looks like Dale Jarrett and Marty Snyder are wearing like almost the exact same shirt. Very similar to one another. I think they are wearing the same shirt, just a little bit different color. Maybe it was the same color, but Marty's faded while he was doing the pit road reporting today. Probably sweated through it or something. Alright, anyway, the must-haves, Chastain, Ryan Blaney. I went 1 for 1 there. Also went 1 for 1 on the sleeper picks today. I took Kevin Harvick to win today's race. He was one of the sleeper picks. Had a great day. Finished in 5th. Probably had about that fast of a car today as well. And Eric Almirola finishes 31st, unfortunately, 19 laps down. He was in the top 10 all day leading up to the gearbox issue and the transmission issue they had with that race car. Very unfortunate for him. And the 2 don't-haves that I had going into today's race who I thought would finish outside the top 10 at the very least, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin. Kyle Larson finished 14th. He really faded in that last stage despite scoring stage points in the first 2 stages. Was actually top 5 for most of the day going into the final stage. He ended up finishing a lap down as well, so I was right on to him. And it was kind of a polar opposite day for Denny Hamlin, who finished 6th, where he was outside the top 10 most of the day, but ended up on that last strategy call, much like Christopher Bell, worked his way through the field, and Hamlin ends up finishing 6th, so I was wrong there. Went 1 for 2 on that prediction as well, so 3 for 6 total on my predictions for today's race. So as we've gone through that, we'll go through the fantasy of portion of the channel right now. So logging in. Oh no! Oh, I have Bill in my garage. I do that every time I live stream. Every time I'm live streaming the race, I can't get. Well, I can. I would have obviously taken Almirola out and put Christopher Bell in. I had the race winner in my garage. That cost me. I could have had a solid points day today. Jeez. My fault on that one. Alright, well, here's Chase Elliott with Parker Kligerman while we're waiting on that.
All the way back to 22nd after the loose wheel and drove to the field. What more do you need to beat Christopher Bell in that last run?
Just do a better job again. Same conversation as Road America, unfortunately. So just
I feel like just a poor run of execution on my end, throughout that last round. I mean, I feel like it took me a while to get past Joey and the 45, and had to run a little harder than I wanted to, and then got in front of those guys and just made a couple mistakes and couldn't get much breathing room. So Christopher did a good job. Congrats to those guys. I know they stay close to winning, so that's cool. But obviously for us, we were in a position where guys at this level really should close out a race if you got the lead like that. So just poor effort on my part.
You say poor execution, but this is your 4th straight top 2 finish in the NASCAR Cup Series. I'd have to say some things are going right. You're putting yourself in position, right?
Yeah, but when you're in position like we've been in, you need to finish them off, So the top 2s don't tell the whole story. Sometimes you got to step back and look at the reality of it. And the reality is, I've given away a couple races just by making too many mistakes, and you don't want to have that. So try to clean it up for these final events.
How do you clean it up?
Go to work. I don't know, everything.
Chase Elliott, this 9 team looking to clean up just those little mistakes. Turn those.
I feel like Elliott's a little hard on himself there. I mean, I think it was clear Bell had the faster car at the end of this race. Road America I can kind of see, but this one a little bit different story. Here's Kim Kuhn now with Bubba Waltz.
And to you and the team.
Yeah, I'm just proud of the team. Proud of myself, proud of everybody at the shop. They brought I'm going to give them a decent DraftKings Toyota Camry TRD. It didn't handle that great, but it had speed, and so we knew that. And so just the mental preparation, had to set yourself up for a long day, and we did. Had no idea where we were running there at the end. I knew it was inside the top 5, but just tire management there at the end, and we were able to capitalize. So just proud of everybody. Happy. It's been hell for me the last month, and so good to come out with the top 5.
There were a lot of unknowns coming into the race today. Did it play out as you expected, or were there big surprises?
No, this sport humbles you, so there's really no surprises, right? You just you gotta keep the task at hand and be mindful of your surroundings and just do your job. As long as you do that, you never know if you can end up with the top 3 or 20th or whatever it may be. You just stick true to your path.
Great run today for Bubba Wallace.
Yeah, Bubba, outstanding day.
They're awarding the lobster to Christopher Bell in the background currently. In victory lane. Surprised my voice held on to the finish. I was starting to lose it there at the start of stage 3, and if you can hear me clear my throat, that would be why. It feels very odd right now. It's like at that in-between point where I'm about to lose it. Hopefully I don't lose it too long. We can still get that stream in later tomorrow. Trying to finish this one out tonight. Put it down in the chat again, but we're about to check out the fantasy despite the fact that I made a mistake having Bell in my garage. I blame myself for that. I could always go on my phone and change it. I never think about it when I'm doing the live commentary streams. This is like the 3rd or 4th time that's happened this year. But outside of Bell being in my garage, I had Kevin Harvick, who had a top 5 today, 15 stage points. Truex, top 5. Won both stages. Ross Chastain had a top 10, had some stage points at the end of stage 2. Blaney was the only driver really on my team. If I would have had Bell in, that would not have performed exactly like I thought. Gets 19 points for his place finish, no stage points today. Eric Almirola, he had stage points. Was 8th at the end of stage number 1 and middle of stage 2 while running top 10. Unfortunately, he had an issue with his car stuck in 3rd gear. Had to come into the garage. He finished 31st, as we mentioned moments ago. Bonus points, I had Almirola ahead of Cindric. Obviously, with Almirola's issue, he did not finish ahead of him. I had Chastain ahead of Hamlin. Hamlin beat him by a couple spots. I selected Byron to finish better than Bowman. That was correct because Bowman ended up DNFing very early in the race, lap 6. And then Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott. I had Blaney. Elliott only had 2 career top 10s at New Hampshire coming into today's race, and Blaney a lot hotter of a streak at this track particular and on the flat tracks in general this season than Elliott, so I took Blaney over him, and I was wrong there also. Really, at the end of this race, I mean, Elliott was the only car of Hendrick Motorsports that finished in the top 10, and everybody else for Hendrick outside the top 10 at the end. Just kind of goes to show that the flat tracks have not panned out well so far this season for Hendrick, except for Chase Elliott today. And, of course, Martinsville when Byron dominated. And Elliott ran good in that race, too. So maybe Elliott's better at the flat tracks, but the other Hendrick cars, maybe not so much. And Byron was almost top 10. He was there for a little bit, final stage, but not so much, at least when it mattered most, and the checkered flag flew. All right, we'll scroll down here. Top right of the screen, you'll see today's point standings based off the New Hampshire results, and Inside Uranus ends up winning this week. He came in as the regular season points leader, scores 263 points en route to his victory today. Jordan 1199 finishes in second, 249 points. Blah V3, 234 points, finishes third. One finishes fourth, 220 points. And P-Chat Motorsports Patrick Shadley in the chat finished 211 points today, rounding out the top 5. Standings coming in this week. Also, join this league if you have not already. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023, excluding the Daytona 500 if you win the regular season or playoff championship. Can't win the regular season title because obviously we're pretty far into the regular season. Playoff championship, though, you automatically qualify to be in the playoffs for the Fantasy League as long as you are in there when the playoff begins in the Southern 500 on Labor Day weekend. But by tuning in to the Fantasy League now, obviously you can practice up if you haven't played yet, get the idea of how it exactly works over the next 6 races. Alrighty, so that is going to wrap up today's stream. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Didn't get our goal of likes. We might have gotten the goal of 600 concurrent viewers. I was very, very close. We were very close. Obviously can't do it without you guys. Very, very close there at the very end of the race. I know I was up over 550 at one point, but I was paying attention to the screen in case something happened those last 5 laps. Obviously to give you guys the call on the way home. So I'm not sure if we exactly hit 600 or not. I'll have to check that out in the analytics following the fallout of this stream and whether or not we keep that streak alive of at least 600 concurrent viewers during the course of a race for 5 straight weeks. So appreciate, though, everybody that tuned in today. I will see you guys next weekend. Live commentary for the NASCAR Cup Series race at Pocono. I'm not sure exactly what time that race starts. I think that also starts at 3, which means our pre-race will be at about 2:30 again next weekend. And a little bit longer pre-race today, of course, with the 20-minute rain delay at the very start of the race, but nothing major. As the standings schedule. Yep, the M&M's Fan Appreciation 400 at Pocono. 160 laps. That is not the scheduled distance. I thought they were keeping the 350-mile distance. I'm confused. Wasn't that race only supposed to be like 350 miles? Well, regardless of the fact, they'll be racing at Pocono next weekend, and it'll start at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which means our stream will start at about 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next weekend on the channel, starting with our pre-race coverage. Pocono could turn into some sort of a wild card race. Not know how these next-gen cars are going to race at that place. Like a lot of the tracks we've gone to for the first time this year, but Pocono is going to be a tricky triangle, to say the least. It's going to be probably very difficult on these cars at that track. It is going to be very fun to watch. Definitely one of the more highly anticipated Pocono races, I would say, maybe ever. But thanks for everybody. I'll see you guys tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the start of the next live stream. Southern 500 NASCAR 21 Ignition, our first race of the playoffs on NASCAR 21 Ignition. I'll, in the community tab, try to put out the playoff standings going into that race at some point tomorrow. Weekly streaming schedule will be in the community tab for next week, tomorrow on the channel as well. And some point between the rest of tonight or tomorrow, we'll also get, well, hang on, before I go out, here's Martin Truex Jr. with Parker Kligerman.
And it seemed
bonus
like the race
interview.
got away from you there.
Yeah, that was really the story. So obviously should have done 4, but it's hindsight. It's just Loudon for us. It's every year we lead a ton of laps. We run really well here, and then we find a way to give it away. So I'm frustrated for Interstate, Toyota, all our partners. So.
Interview kind of cut out.
I guess it's a tough decision as being the leader. They're all going to do what's the opposite of you, but overall, it was a hell of a run. Just this place, man, it's killing me.
Your teammate Christopher Bell gets the win. That moves you to the playoff bubble in 16th. Your crew chief James Small told me he was telling you guys need a win. Do you feel that way now? You need a win to make the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, most likely. It's not like we haven't been trying to win, though. So, I mean, everybody's like, yeah, you're going to have to win. We're like, well, duh. I mean, that's pretty obvious. We've had cars to win. Listen, Parker, we've had some really strong cars, and everybody at JGR is working really hard. Obviously, look at today, and our short track stuff's been off, and we came here today and dominated, and it's only winning. So congratulations to him. Obviously, they were smarter than us at the end, and Christopher's a great kid, a great teammate, great driver. I'm happy for him. I'm just really disappointed for us.
You can tell the disappointment for Martin Truex Jr. in this 19 team.
Brad Keselowski standing with Kim Coon, missing his mouth with the water bottle.
Between you and Austin Dillon out on the racetrack, what was that?
Hot in the cars, and probably all our tempers get the best of us. But no, we had a decent day here. Kim, number 6 core generators RFK Ford Mustang, climbed really far that last run. I think we went from somewhere around the late 20s, or late teens and 20s, and drove up to 7th there in the last run. So proud of our team for the effort today. Certainly an up and down day.
Sorry, I had a little buffering going on there.
Austin told me he does not like the way that you race him. Is the feeling mutual?
Keselowski missing his mouth again?
Yeah, I'll talk to him privately. I don't need to be a jerk over the media.
Best finish this season for Brad Keselowski in this number 6 team.
Yeah, the speed, certainly.
All right, those will probably be the final 2 interviews of the night. We'll sign off. I was going to mention also, I was at the Kings Royal last night for the World of Outlaw Sprint Car Series. For those of you that did not know or weren't in the stream, soon enough to find out, I will have race highlight video from the grandstands in Turn 1 of that whole event between the heat races, the last chance race, as well as the main event race. I do have a clip already uploaded on the channel from the last chance race last night. There was a gigantic crash, so luckily everybody was okay in, but I uploaded that late last night when I got home. Haven't had a chance to be able to edit that so far today, so I will get on that as soon as I can. Thank you, though, for watching. I will see you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. NASCAR 21 Ignition will be the next live stream on the channel, and it will be the Southern 500 at Darlington. Thank you. Have a good rest of your night.